Well, welcome everybody to this Seldi conference. My name is Alexander Krzalovski, Director of the Macedonian Center for International Cooperation, and I'll be opening this conference and moderating the first panel of discussion. So, dear Vice Prime Minister for Good Governance, Arben Fetai, dear ambassadors, diplomats and members of the Parliament and representatives of state institutions, dear members of the Seldi network, dear partners, colleagues and grantees of the network, and dear friends in the fights against corruption, both here in the hall and online, as we are transmitting this conference online. Welcome to this high-level conference today, which is on the topic of fight against corruption, but also illicit financial flows and state capture as a phenomenon which is organized by the Seldi network. Seldi stands for Southeast Europe Leadership for Development and Integrity, but is mostly known as one of the most prominent European or Balkan networks for the fight against corruption. It grew since its inception over 25 years ago, which was actually a USAID project in Bulgaria on this topic, and it's growing into the leading civil society voice in the Balkans in the fight against corruption. The Center for Study of Democracy from Bulgaria is the founding father of our network, and as I usually say, our spiritual gurus and methodological guides in the fight. And MCIC, my organization here in Macedonia, is actually serving as a current secretariat of the network. Seldi network, through the years and under the guidance of CSD, developed several groundbreaking methodologies, some of which are now widely recognized and used also within the European Union and internationally. One of those, since 2014, and every second year we are making this, is our regional anti-corruption report that looks not only in the people's perception of corruption, but also makes victimological analysis of the phenomenon, measuring the instances of bribing and their acceptance level, like corruption pressure and corruption resistance, how many people actually were asked for a bribe and how many resisted to give a bribe, among few other parameters. Since then, as the corruption in the Balkan states stubbornly present, but also evolved, we moved towards researching the illicit financial flows and undue influences. And I would like to mention here the groundbreaking product of the CSD, the Kremlin playbook in the Western Balkans. This is not to say that the Western Balkans did not make any progress. We did, actually, as a countries, yet we lack sustained positive breakthroughs, as evidenced by the very high protest potential of the citizens across the region. Our democracies have strengthened, as evidenced by those citizens' initiatives, yet our anti-corruption delivery mechanisms have remained largely haphazard and short-term politically motivated. This is a risk everywhere in the democratic world, especially lately in the last few years, but in the authoritarian anti-corruption models are a reality. So we need to continue developing our EU human rights-based models, which require persistence and patience. Recently, we are also trying to map out the phenomenon of state capture, which became pretty dominant in the last decade, starting from here, from North Macedonia, but also in some other countries in the region, which is namely disabling institutions from within, not to serve the public interest and citizens, but the ruling political parties, creating a vicious cycle of partisanship towards corruption. But why this happened and how to break it is the question of today. Seeing development in all Balkan countries in the last decade, especially through this regional anti-corruption report, we saw also better times and improvements. When the dream of European Union membership was alive and kicking, reforms were going on and corruption parameters actually dropped. However, With the delays and stalemates, local governments reverted to using resources in other ways. The whole region does not look much closer to EU these days than it looked 10 years ago. In the meantime, corruption persisted or even increased at times, becoming problem number one in some of the countries, including North Macedonia in the last 3 years. Maybe only Montenegro from the region has been able to deliver a more stable performance without authoritarian streaks of governance. And the fight against corruption became more difficult as people lost trust in the anti-corruption efforts. International community realized this several years ago, and there was a plethora of new programs to tackle this situation and help countries, both governments and civil society, to overcome it and get back on track towards reaching EU standards and continue their accession processes. In the meantime, we saw also these tendencies spread wider around even democratic countries and all over the world, and it seems now that the global integrity is under siege. Latest development in the United States and the dismantling of US aid, while terminating many of the programs, including some for against fighting corruption, are not leaving much space for optimism, but we hope this will be reverted in some way in the coming period, as US democracy is indispensable in this region. We're here today to explore all these challenges, which are global in nature but very local in essence, the situation with the corruption in the region, illicit flows and influences, and state capture. We will look at it from the perspective of the international community, especially in the first panel, public institutions in the second, and civil society in the third, throughout all these panels today, with many distinguished speakers, mainly active in North Macedonia, but also in the region. We are here with all Seldi partners in the current form, but also some previous members and affiliates, and with over 30 current grantees of the program of Seldi that is funded by the European Union, who is supporting the Seldi network for over 1 decade. And we are very thankful for that continued support. And on that note, I would like to ask the Deputy Head of the Delegation of the European Union in the North Macedonia, Mr. Ben Nupnau, to address the audience here in the hall and also online. Mr. Nupnau, the floor is yours.
Dear Deputy Prime Minister Fetai, dear ambassadors, colleagues, civil society partners, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a great honor to address you at this meeting, high-level meeting, on behalf of the EU delegation in the Republic of North Macedonia. I would also like to thank our Macedonian Center for International Cooperation for organizing this event and timely.
Transparency, justice, and democratic accountability in North Macedonia and the region. And this meeting happens to take place in the aftermath of a tragedy that reminded us all of the importance of fighting corruption. The latest report by the anti-corruption platform Seldi points at concerning trends across the Western Balkans. Bribery remains widespread, ranging from 10% in Montenegro to 40% in Albania. Illicit financial flows continue to fuel political corruption and state capture, undermining governance and accountability across the whole Western Balkan regions. For North Macedonia, a report by the Macedonian Center for International Cooperation shows that in 2023, 31% of those interviewed said that they were asked to pay bribes, and 26% of them paid them. More alarmingly, 37% of the respondents accept or approve of corruption, while 19% feel vulnerable to it. These figures tell us that there is a worrying social tolerance towards corruption. This mentality is the soil for corruption to grow. Fight against corruption is a long-term process which requires joint efforts by all institutions and citizens of the country. It requires deep and societal changes. Further progress is needed in strengthening the anti-corruption legal framework and ensuring its proper implementation. The guardrails are in place. Different reports by the European Commission, the country report, the rule of law report, and by independent experts set out the path for necessary reforms. In the reform agenda, government has defined concrete goals and timelines to move forward, and the EU provides the necessary financial resources to achieve them. It is the political leadership that paves the way for success of anti-corruption policies, because corruption is a political problem and it demands political solutions at the highest level and at the level of every institution. Yet, combating corruption is a joint task and a shared responsibility of the entire society. Civil society actors, media, and academia are all key to success in fighting against corruption. They have an important role as a watchdog to safeguard transparency. They are critical to hold public institutions accountable and report on crimes of corruption. And they demand to implement appropriate measures for the prevention and fight against corruption. But civil society actors have also another role: to provide expertise, to work on raising awareness of the public and on the importance of integrity, that is, of refusing and denouncing corruptive practices. And while it may not always be the easy way for an individual, this is the way to ensure the public good, to safeguard the rights of citizens, the democratic and economic progress of the country. State institutions must foster the environment for civil society and the media to ensure oversight and scrutiny, ensure citizen participation in policy formulation and monitoring of implementation of anti-corruption strategies. In this respect, we welcome the inclusion of civil society representatives as members of the recently established interinstitutional body for coordination in the fight against corruption. This is a very timely step to enhance transparency, inclusiveness, and public engagement in the fight against corruption. At the same time, civil society actors and the media must act responsibly and apply the highest professional standards. This forum is a great occasion to look again into all the issues, into innovations, and to discuss the way of how to address them. The regional dimension of this project and the discussion will help identify best practices and possible solutions to similar problems, and to underline the importance of greater regional cooperation, including on illicit finance, cross-border investigations, and enforcement of anti-corruption norms. Thank you very much. Blagodaram Falemderit.
Thank you, Mr. Nupnau, for pointing out EU efforts in this field of fights against corruption and quoting some of the Seldi analysis from recent years. Indeed, situation was deteriorating, and the new mechanism that you mentioned, the growth plan, should be a new impetus for both the government and other institutions in all Western Balkan countries to return to the reform agenda and deliver on the fight against corruption. Now, as I've mentioned in the opening, we envisaged this event as a three-panel day with various topics and composition of panelists. In the first one, we wanted to explore the situation in the region with the corruption and measures taken or planned to tackle it, with a bit of a focus on North Macedonia, but also view from the region, from the viewpoint of the government of North Macedonia and the international community here and from the region. Therefore, I would like to invite the panelists to join me on the stage. Arben Fetai, Deputy Prime Minister of the Government of Republic of Macedonia in charge of good governance, Ms. Nicole Vance, Deputy Chief of Mission of the US Embassy in North Macedonia, Ms. Veronique Hullman, the Ambassador of Switzerland to North Macedonia, and Mr. Bart de Bruyn, Regional Rule of Law Coordinator at the Embassy of Kingdom of Netherlands in Serbia and Montenegro. So please welcome to the stage. Okay, I think We are ready to start with the panel, and of course, we will start with the government representative. Mr. Fetai, when talking about corruption, we cannot escape but to start with the Kočani tragedy. It is now exactly 1 month since the fire in the so-called discotheque took lives of 59 young people, which since grew to 61, plus the ambulance driver that took 11 turns to Skopje to save lives, but lost his. It was the last in the series of such catastrophes that constantly remind us what corruption does to us, that it kills, especially when the right people are not at the right places and when the rules are not respected. Although already 9 months into the power, most of the public outcry was not towards the actual government. And the impression is that it actually got quite high support, or how we say in Macedonian, odvrzani race, or untied hands, for a decisive action to dismantle the corrupted system that led to this tragedy. The government indeed took some such actions, and as of today, over 40 persons are detained while investigation is continuing. The Prime Minister pledged also to reopen the previous such cases. Last week, you were chairing the constitutive session of the new interinstitutional body for fighting corruption. So please give us a deeper look at the discussions within the government, how to use this momentum for meaningful action against corruption, what are the immediate plans, and what you will do in longer term in this field. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to Skopje on behalf of the government. Apologies for the Belgian weather. I just came back from Brussels and must say here was even better than here, which is quite surprising in this time of the year. Alexander, I have a kind of formal speech that I will go through in my mother tongue, in Albanian. So please get ready with interpretation materials.
Channel 1 is Macedonian, Channel 2 English, Channel 3 Albanian.
We are ready? Yeah.
So, good morning, everybody. Dear Veronique Hullman, Ambassador of Switzerland to North Macedonia. Dear Nicole Vance, Deputy Ambassador of United States. Dear Bart de Bruin, Regional Coordinator to Rule of Law at the Embassy of the Netherlands in Serbia, Montenegro. Distinguished representatives of institutions, distinguished members of the diplomatic corps and international organizations, distinguished representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As Alexander said in the beginning, today we are speaking of a topic that is not only current, but is also very ethical for the Western Balkans. Anti-corruption in times of war and the new global reality with less external financial support. This is not just a technical debate. It is a necessary dialogue to understand where our democracies are heading in these challenging circumstances. It is also a call for immediate action and a warning about the risks facing democracy if we do not protect public integrity with all the tools at our disposal. The war in Ukraine has shown the brutal face of Russian military aggression, but just as dangerous is the other phase, the one without tanks, the infiltration of malign interest into the political and economic systems of fragile states like ours. And let me be honest, North Macedonia is not immune to such hostile influences. On the contrary, we are among the most vulnerable countries in the Western Balkans. The withdrawal of financial support from the United States, a sovereign decision we fully respect, has left a real gap, especially in the mechanisms that safeguard transparency and accountability. My own cabinet, as I already explained to Ms. Barnes, feels really the consequences of this withdrawal. The USAID and ERI programs supporting state institutions have been discontinued, and we have lost a very valuable technical assistance. We are all facing a serious challenge. We will need to show how resilient and stable we are as institutions and as a society. In a country like ours, where corruption is not just an administrative issue, but is a national emergency, this challenge becomes even more severe. Unfortunately, we witnessed, as you mentioned yourself, with the tragedy in Kochani. Corruption kills us. There were 4 tragedies in a row that have struck our country in the last 4 years that cost us a lot of casualties of innocent people. There was no accountability for previous tragedies, as the one of the modular hospital, the Besatrans tragedy, Durmo Tours, and with the Kochani tragedy. I think that we are proving as a government that status quo and unaccountability will not be tolerated, and that everybody will be held responsible for all these tragedies, and that as a whole our system will need to reset as far as the fight against corruption is concerned in order to avoid such situations in the future. We also see the situation in terms of official figures in the fight against corruption. Last year, we were together, as you said, at the interinstitutional meeting, and the Anti-Corruption Commission showed us that last year only 18% of anti-corruption measures were implemented last year. So, unfortunately, I must say that our country so far, the fight against corruption is happening only on paper. Is this acceptable? Absolutely not. This is alarming. And again, unfortunately, I must say that as new government, we inherited a rotten system, a corrupted one, where laws are broken by the powerful and strategies remain mainly on paper. Justice so far has been a masquerade that nobody has any trust in, and nobody is held accountable. As a new government, as I said, we will no longer tolerate status quo or excuses. We have a clear mandate from the citizens to fight corruption in an uncompromised way and sparing no one. This is what we are doing, and this is what we will continue to do. The withdrawal of foreign funding is not a reason to give up. On the contrary, it is one more reason to invest domestically in civil society organizations, in those that for decades have defended the public interest, those that have the courage to demand accountability from institutions. In this spirit, we launched on March 6 a public call to support NGOs for the year 2025, where we will fund projects that will promote equality, interethnic tolerance, the rule of law, and the implementation of the Ohrid Framework Agreement. I mentioned before, it was mentioned before, yes, we have renewed the dialogue with the civil sector by re-establishing the Council for Cooperation between the government and civil society. And as Alexander said, for the first time upon my own initiative, for the first time, we will have a representative of the civil society with the right to vote in the interinstitutional group for fight against corruption. These are some of these concrete steps that we have undertaken. I know this is not enough. However, this is just a start of a serious effort to build a sustainable support system for the civil society as becomes to a state aspiring to join the European Union. Personally, I welcome this event, but also the re-establishment of the Council for Cooperation between government and the civil society. I believe that within this structured dialogue, we will come with the civil society, we will come up with concrete solutions for a new strategy to support civil society that ensures NGOs that are going to be more independent, more resilient, and more effective. Democracy is not built only with institutions. We have the Dutch and Swiss model for that. they are a model. I believe that a healthy democracy can only be built in this way, with a civil society that is ready to challenge institutions and to demand accountability through dialogue, of course, but also by disagreeing when necessary. This is the European way. This is our path and our vision as a candidate country. And yes, Benny mentioned the road, the reform agenda, the tasks we have as a country. We know that our path to the European Union is full of tasks and things that we need to report to Brussels and to our citizens. Our obligations are crystal clear and aligned with the reform agenda and the rule of law roadmap. And we know that the fight against corruption is among the most important conditions. And in this regard, I must say that we have not excelled so far. Quite the contrary, we have been singled out for the worst, be it with the former Special Prosecutor's Office or the scandalous changes to the criminal code. As a result, we have had 0 final convictions for high-level corruption in the last 2 to 3 years. We've seen a decline in the confiscation of illegally obtained assets, and these are major failures of the past government. At the same time, these are explicit conditions for our progress towards the EU membership. These conditions are Brussels has repeated these conditions both in the European Commission's progress reports and the Council's conclusions, but they have fallen on deaf ears. As government, we are extraordinarily focused on European reforms. Together with the Prime Minister and the fellow ministers, we are working 24/7 to deliver results, to fulfill each one of our commitments and obligations on the European path. We want a system that works, not the one that covers up. As some of you know, at last week's constitutive meeting of this interministerial body, I pledged that together we will build a strong monitoring and early warning system for the implementation of the anti-corruption strategy and other strategic documents that I just mentioned. I would like to thank, in this respect, the Swiss Embassy, the Swedish Embassy, the United States UNOPS for their financial and technical assistance in this regard. As a government, we are committed to improving the legal framework and increasing the funding and capacity for the institutions that fight corruption. Alongside this, we are digitizing also public services to reduce the contact between citizens and state officials and thus minimize opportunities for corruption. However, unless there is an independent judiciary, prosecutors with integrity, unbiased judges, we will never have a successful fight against corruption nor EU membership. I say this clearly and with full responsibility. The prosecution must be reformed from the top of the pyramid. The Judicial Council must be reformed and must become a model of integrity, not a source of scandal. Let me conclude with one message. In times of global uncertainty, we do not have the luxury of giving up. Our determination must grow stronger. Yes, we may lack resources, but we should never lack political will, because transparency and justice are not a luxury. These are a choice, a political and moral choice. Thank you.
Благодарам, господин Фитай. Thank you for this intro speech in this conference and the commitment of this still new, we say, government, even it's now 10 months in power, to commit to the fight against corruption. Hopefully, as you said, it won't be like in the previous cases, because I think every government had the fight against corruption in their top 5 priorities. but now it became problem number one, and hopefully this will be also priority number one for the government, as you said. Also, thank you for your initiative, and I think the platform for fight against corruption already got the invitation to join the institutional body for fight against corruption, and hopefully will contribute to that fight. But as you said, the measurement of this government and the system in its holiness will be about how many people actually would be held accountable and responsible, not with zero convictions, and how many money will be returned to the budget and to the financial system of Macedonia, something that, as you noted, is quite low now. Now, as I mentioned, the platform for fight against corruption, it was a creation of one of the previous USAID projects in 2014-15. When this platform was created, today with at that time I think 12 organizations. Now we have 18 in the system, and it was part of a bigger program when actually corruption started to be a leading problem in the country, and United States supported that effort to start the fight from the also civil society perspective. Now, dear Mr. Varnes, we have heard from the government here, and prior to that from the European Union as well. But I'm sure, as I do, we are all watching across the ocean more closely what is going on, especially in the last 3 months and on a daily basis. And we are all interested how the things will develop, especially in this fight against corruption, which already had some profound effects here. When we were planning this conference in January, sometimes before the inauguration, it was supposed to be a joint event, European Union and United States, as at that time, United States was the funder of the biggest 2 programs for fighting corruption in North Macedonia, with a total budget of $18 million for 5 years period. We were around halfway of that. 2/3 of that was actually for institutions, and 1/3 was for civil society, private sector, and the media, which is sometimes confused who actually USAID was supporting. Anyway, since then, both these programs were terminated, and we are still in a limbo whether some of them will be reinstated. Good news come from actually our partners in Bulgaria, who had 4 of their programs terminated, but 2 are reinstated in the meantime. So there is some hope somewhere in some circles. And my colleagues in MCAC were reading actually the program of the new administration and see that actually the fight against corruption is still high on the agenda of this new administration as well. Now, I'm aware that in this moment and period, perhaps you also don't have all the answers, or many of them, to be frank, but can you tell us how this restructuring within the US State Department and US at all will move on, and what we and the whole world, but for the time being, let's focus on North Macedonia and the region, what we can expect from the United States in terms of the policies to fight corruption in the future? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for the invitation. It is an honor to join everyone here today. Deputy Minister Fetai, Director Kozlovsky, ambassadors, colleagues, distinguished guests. I do have a few prepared remarks, and then I'm happy to address your question at the end. The breadth of the participation here really reflects the diverse coalition required to confront this deeply rooted challenge. The tragic fire in Kočani linked to endemic corruption stands as a stark reminder of the human cost. That alone should compel us all to say enough. At last week's launch of the government's interdepartmental body for anti-corruption coordination, I stressed that fighting corruption is not only a moral imperative, but an economic one, essential for attracting investment and restoring investor confidence. But corruption also enables illicit activity that threatens North Macedonia, the region, and the United States. In particular, we must confront how corruption facilitates drug trafficking, transnational organized crime, and human trafficking. These crimes transcend borders and it demands regional and international cooperation. We must all strengthen safeguards to enhance the interoperability of our justice systems and, critically, follow the money and share intelligence. The trends are very clear. Transnational criminal networks exploit vulnerable borders. They move drugs, they move money, they move people. We therefore welcome North Macedonia and Kosovo's recent announcement to consolidate border crossings, a very practical step toward taking more effective control. But the integrity of any system is only as strong as its weakest link, be it the policy, policing, prosecution, or the judiciary. A whole of government approach is vital. The United States continues working with partners in North Macedonia to disrupt criminal networks, to target their finances, and close their safe havens. We are deepening law enforcement cooperation as well in advancing efforts to counter drug trafficking and equipping partners with tools to trace illicit financial flows and counter cyber-enabled crime, particularly those that target U.S. citizens. Yet none of this will succeed if corruption persists within the very institutions tasked with protecting society. Reform is essential to dismantle the systems that allow corruption to thrive. No external partner can impose accountability. The real change must come from within. The work is far from done, and we must continue adapting to evolve threats and enhancing operational capacity across law enforcement, legislative, and judicial bodies. And that demands sustained collaboration, local, national, and international. So to get to your question, you're right, I don't have all the answers. What I do know is that consistent with President Trump's executive order announced on January 20th, talking about the reevaluation and realignment of foreign aid globally, Secretary Rubio obviously initiated a full global review of foreign assistance to ensure that our programs are efficient, and also to make sure that our assistance programs align with the White House's America First agenda. What I know is that this is an evolving process. As you mentioned, some projects have been terminated, others have been turned on, and we anticipate that this is going to be a fluid process over the next few weeks to even several months. But what's probably more important to reiterate is that North Macedonia and the United States have been friends and partners for the last 30 years, and that's not going to stop. We both are countries that care very deeply about corruption issues, and we very much intend to remain a strong advocate and partner to North Macedonia when it comes to transparency, rule of law, good governance. We remain committed to these democratic principles, and we want to hold corrupt actors as well as institutions accountable. By reducing and eliminating these threats, it not only promotes regional stability, but obviously it bolsters our shared security interests as well. So that's kind of where we stand right now as far as our assistance. We will continue to look for ways to cooperate with North Macedonia and continue our strong partnership for 30 years plus more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and for reaffirming the commitment of the United States in whatever form, maybe as this was a shock in the system, but maybe it was the right time, as also the Vice Prime Minister said, that the change have to come from within the country, that we have to drive it ourselves, the citizens and civil society organizations, with or without international support. It's always welcomed, but again, the effort has to be ours. And again, on that note, to repeat or mention again that we are here actually because of some USAID projects some 25 years ago that created the Seldi network in 1999. The project started in 2001. The network was created, and we are still here, and we intend to continue, as you said, next 30 years, again, with or without international assistance. Now, let's move to Switzerland. to Ambassador Hullman. Switzerland supports development of countries in the region quite consistently and quite substantially, I would say. Only for Macedonia, the annual support is around 18 million Swiss francs. It is one of the main supporters of civil society in most of the Western Balkan region countries. And democracy and good governance is one of its major supported domain. And you provide these days much needed stability, I would say. With also innovative approach of a decade-long programs, 10 or more years of support for one particular issue to actually have enough time to change to happen. What is also characteristic for Switzerland that you're always there to fill the gaps besides the other interventions from United States, European Union. And that was the case also in the area of anti-corruption here in North Macedonia when SDC started such program last year, I think. And after the mentioned ones of United States and this EU-funded Seldi project, your focus is on resilience to corruption at local or municipal level. So what can you tell us about the current Swiss foreign policy on corruption globally, but also here in the Balkans, and what programs you have developed in support of that fight? And how do you see the recent developments in the international aid in general? To pack as one group of questions. The floor is yours.
First, dear Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Fatai, dear Nicole, dear Bart de Bouillon, I hope I pronounce it correctly, dear Alexander, it's also a pleasure to be here today, even though the topic that we're going to discuss is a very serious topic, and that it was said before, corruption can have tragic consequences, and I would like to express my sincere condolences for the event in Kočani. But in a way, we need to use these tragic events to really change the situation, and Switzerland will be there to help this country, civil society and citizens and of course the government to try to overcome this corruption. So you have too many questions. I don't know if I can address all of them, but I will also say what I have here in my notes and try to come back to some of your questions later. But maybe why good governance and fighting corruption is at the center of the Swiss foreign policy. Well, for two main reasons, because corruption is a major barrier to sustainable development and is also a threat to democracies because it erodes trust in institutions, increases inequality, violates human rights, undermines rule of law, and weakens social cohesion, putting at risk peace and stability. Furthermore, corruption can also undermine aid effectiveness. Even worse, without robust control in our own program, international aid can be misused, and also some corruption can happen in our program, and I think we have to be aware of that. We are also aware that in today's polarized world, where international law and democratic values are being challenged more and more, corruption has become a powerful instrument in the hands of those who want to undermine trust in democracies. Therefore, fighting corruption is a national and international responsibility to safeguard democracy. However, fighting corruption, overcoming impunity is very complex and requires, as it was said before, robust national-owned strategies and action plans. It has to be backed up with a solid political commitment, but also financial resources. And it also required adequate monitoring and sanctioning mechanism. So what the Vice Prime Minister said before, establishing this interinstitutional body, but also the Civil Society Council are maybe some mechanism that can really push forward this agenda and establish some measures to really overcome corruptions. Now those national strategies, and I think the strategy on fighting corruption will be reviewed this year, they need to identify clear priorities, and they must promote a holistic and a systemic approach involving all stakeholders from parliament, government, judiciary, of course, and oversight institutions to civil society, media, also the private sector, and the citizens. Switzerland, as I said before, recognizes the impact of corruption, state capture, and illicit finance, and we are committed to support the Western Balkan region in advancing the democratic governance, rule of law, and inclusive institutions, particularly in this very difficult time that we are living now, where geopolitical dynamics are changing. More concretely, and maybe that will answer to your question, in North Macedonia, we have been investing in building and improving the national integrity system through different programs and mechanisms that aims to enhance participation of people in decision-making at the national, but also the local level, through increased transparency and accountability of state institutions, but also of civil society, through strengthened capacities of oversight institutions, such as the State Audit Office, but also the State Commission for Prevention of Corruption, but also to enhance the capacities of media and civil society to monitor corruption and to report corruption. Finally, we also try to enhance advocacy and to encourage collaboration between the different actors. As I said at the beginning, it's not only one or two actors, but you need to work in a systemic manner with all actors. Therefore, we partner with the Parliament, the government, the civil society, state audits, State Commission for Prevention of Corruption, State Election Commission, and also municipalities. So beyond all those programs on local governance, participation, support to civil society, we have decided 2 years ago to develop a new project to target corruption at the municipal level, because we wanted to complement what other big donors like USAID were doing at the national level. So we have identified that this level was important and Switzerland can make a difference there. So this long-term project, co-financed by Sweden and Switzerland, called Integrity-Driven Communities, aims to equip municipalities to identify and address systemic vulnerabilities, to empower civil society and media to monitor municipal performance and decisions, to support the adoption of corruption-resistant practices and policies in areas at risk, such as public procurement, licensing, employment, or urban planning. It also seeks to inform citizens about the various forms of corruption and to promote a zero-tolerance culture. The programs engage with the State Audit Office and the State Commission for Corruption, also with your office, Deputy Prime Minister. And we also want to increase those oversight capacities of those institutions, while promoting some key legal changes that can bring quick results. And I will just mention one. If the state audit law will be approved, it will mean that the recommendation of the State Audit Office will be discussed. Some of their recommendations will be followed up, and some measure to respond to this recommendation will be taken. For the time being, this is not done. We are also engaging with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the Ministry of Local Self-Government to digitalize services at the municipal level. This is also crucial because it's reduced the interaction between the citizens and the civil servants. Now there is a reduction of international aid. We have discussed about USAID, but it's not only USAID. I think this phenomenon is everywhere, including in Switzerland, and we had slight reduction of budget, and we don't know how it will affect us in the future. But this reduction of finance can also be turned in an opportunity then to become more strategic, to increase coordination, and to focus our intervention. It was also said before that as international actors, we cannot do instead of the local actors, the national authorities, the citizens, or the local civil society. We can support those dynamics, but we cannot replace them. So if all of those actors, development partners, and national institutions, and I include civil society here, share a common agenda, join forces, and implement a multi-stakeholder approach, and if people and civil society ask for more accountability and oppose impunity, then conditions to overcome corruption could be in place. Furthermore, that's true, we have less resources now, but with the reform agenda of the EU and the growth plan, if there are progress in fighting corruption, more resources will come also from the European Union. So we should not undermine this and make all efforts possible to really meet those milestones, which are in the growth plan, to get access to those additional funds that the EU member state and the EU are providing to the country. So to conclude, Switzerland remains committed not only to fill up the gaps, but by coordinating with other actors to see where we can make a difference and to do it in a strategic manner. Now, fighting corruption is a huge agenda. It was said before. Everybody agrees we need to fight it. We have national strategies. 18% of those measures have been implemented so far. So we also have to manage expectations. And when we engage in new program, to really be transparent of what can be done, who has the responsibility to do it, and when those actions are not being taken, I come back to the sanction mechanism, they have to be implemented. So I will stop here. I don't know if I could answer all your questions, Alexander, but thank you.
I think you did, and even more than reminding us that actually the power is within the institutions. And I always, when talking to the government, especially, I say, perhaps the only single thing that we can do as a country is just to follow the State Audit Office reports and just implement what they say. That will be enough good start in the fight against corruption. And in the past, it was not even discussed in the parliament, something that is legal obligation. And hopefully that will change. Also, a reminder that the civil society is also supporter in this process, not opposition, unless the government is not performing. So we have to raise alarms there. But basically, we are all into the same fight, including the government, as the Vice Prime Minister said, the other institutions, the State Audit Office, the Anti-Corruption Commission, but also civil society organizations. And yes, in this the field of aid reduction globally that we see happening, indeed, you are maybe you start as filling the gaps, as you said, in this corruption field, but soon you're becoming leader in the field, like you did the civil society support, and hopefully as you mentioned, EU support will continue to grow and be the prominent in the years to come. But the main will have to come from within, from us, from the government budget funds. And indeed, with the confiscation of assets, that is another source that can be redirected towards even more beneficial fight against corruption and support to local organizations doing it. Now to close the circle with Mr. De Bruyn, all the previous speakers were from or based in North Macedonia. You are working in Belgrade in Serbia, so perhaps you can give a bit of a different picture to the whole setting. That was one of the reasons to have you on the panel, but the other is the Netherlands' relentless focus on rule of law. And I'm often joking with ambassadors, but also government officials here, that after overcoming EU accession vetoes from Greece and France, if we manage to do that with Bulgaria, the next one will be Netherlands, actually, because of corruption and the rule of law. Hopefully not, but I think at the moment would be rightly so, that there are reasons to actually do that. And as we spoke on the panel already, one of the previous Dutch ambassadors here in Macedonia said about that we are tough in our assessments, but we are fair. So if you do your homework, we will not be an obstacle. So what is your assessment of the current state of affairs in the fights against corruption in the Balkans, and what we, countries, governments, CSOs can do to pass the Dutch exam?
Well, thank you very much for this opening remarks and introduction. And thank you also to the previous speakers for sharing their thoughts. That also gives me some food for thought. Maybe a bit of background. I have a regional role in the field of rule of law. So I travel the Western Balkans, 6 countries, and together with my team at our different embassies in the region, rule of law experts, we analyze the rule of law developments. And it's always most interesting, not just look at the situation in the current moment, but look at certain trends and also look what the countries have in common, because there's a lot of differences between the countries. I will not focus on the differences. What I will share is let's say, an average assessment of the region as a whole. It's not always positive, but I will share, but I will also emphasize on some positive developments as well. I will first start with some data, which was already addressed in the opening remarks very briefly. Look at 2 or 3 indicators. Then I will share my assessment of rule of law. So not just corruption, but rule of law in a broader sense. And then what would maybe 1 or 2 minutes on what should be the way forward. If we look to data, the Corruption Perception Index from Transparency International is often used. You can debate, I think, on every indicator, its reliability, etc. But I think this one is often used. If we look to Corruption Perception Index for 2024, there's only 2 countries, there are 2 countries within the EU that score less than the best performer in the Western Balkan 6, and that is Montenegro, with a score of 46. It's from 0 to 100. Denmark is leading with something like 90. Montenegro scores 46. And the one below Montenegro are Hungary and Bulgaria. But if we look to the region as a whole, we see no real improvement, I would say, as the region as a whole in the past decade. But 3 countries have made steps forward in this ranking. The Corruption Perception Index as Kosovo 10 points up in a decade, Albania 9 points up, and Montenegro 5 points up. The other 3 countries went slightly down. If we look to the Rule of Law World Justice Project, then we see that only Hungary is the only EU member state that scores below the best performer in the region. That's again on that indicator, Montenegro. If we look to the World Bank Rule of Law indicators, all EU member states score better than the best performer in the region, and that's again Montenegro. It's different if we look to the Press Freedom Index. There's many challenges in that regard as well in the EU. Also in my own country, I must admit, if a journalist that was reporting on organized crime was killed a few years ago, a very tragic event. That also impacted, I think, our score. But there's 7 countries that score below the best performers in the region, and the best performers in the region are North Macedonia and Montenegro, scoring below in 2024. So below those 2 best performers in the Western Balkans are Greece, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, Poland, Croatia, and Italy. So that on data, it's not all bad and grim. Certainly on press freedom, I think there's some positive developments. I'll get to that later. What I see traveling the region now for 4 years and analyzing with my team, we see that the acquis is gradually being implemented in the past decades, even in the past years for some. And if we look to the rule of law chapters on the EU acquis, EU legislation, you see some level of preparation or moderately prepared levels. And that means that the countries have some level of preparation or moderately prepared to comply with requirements of EU membership. If we look to the more economic chapters, the score is much better. So it's in particular on rule of law, it's still much work to be done. But despite that, I see in the countries in the region as a whole, I see improvements in institutions. Anti-corruption agencies have been created, mechanisms for asset recovery, asset declarations have been improved, integrity mechanisms, judicial efficiency has improved, and also courts and prosecutions offices are, I say nowadays, sometimes more clean than we would see a few years ago. So that's very positive. But on the other hand, many tough problems still exist in the region as a whole. Let me emphasize again, I talk about the region as a whole. What I say is maybe not always applicable for all countries. The first of all is deficient judicial independence. Yes, courts and prosecution office, prosecutors and judges do good work. But when they touch upon the vested interest of high-level officials, politicians, civil servants, businessmen, and often they are connected, you will see a different ball games. Then you would see, as one of the people I met recently, I think it was a prosecutor, said like, I would never see a prosecutor going after one of the highest officials in this country. Then there's rather this very rational choice to go after less sensitive cases. So then it's a different ballgame. So often, despite the high level of corruption, it was also emphasized by the previous speakers, we see only a few high-level convictions. And if those convictions are there, it's often low punishments. And the main reason is because of obstruction throughout the process. That can be within the judiciary, that can be in prosecution, that can be within police. A while ago, I spoke to a prosecutor, a high-level prosecutor in the region, and he said, yeah, I do good work, but I'm also dependent on others throughout the judicial chain to reach those final convictions, and that is very challenging. But let me stress three. I wanted to refrain from country-specific examples, but to give three examples that really stand out, which impressed me is, first of all, Special Prosecution Office in Albania, led by Mr. Dumani. I think he's really doing good work. Also, Prosecutor Novovic, Special Prosecutor in Podgorica, Montenegro. He's really doing good work in his team in the past years. Although that hasn't led yet to final convictions, but that's also challenging, as I just emphasized. And also in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the Canton Sarajevo, the anti-corruption agency there. I met them a couple of times and they're really committed. And that commitment shows that they make steps forwards. My second point is, if I talk about rule of law, that's a big challenge in the region. I would say it's the high-level officials that too often misuse their position. That's the well-reported, and we all know about that clientelism. I think that's very recognizable for post-communist, post-socialist states. It's about networks and relying on those networks instead of rule of law. And there's a big conflict we see. But it's not just clientelism at a high level, it's all throughout society. Let's be honest with that. It was mentioned earlier before, the amount of people that are willing or are receptive for paying a bribe or offering a bribe is too high. The fourth topic I would like to emphasize, the fourth point that sticks out in a negative way, let's put it that way, is procurement. Too often in public procurement process, despite the legal frameworks being there and being sound on different levels, you see interference. It's in a way tailoring technical specifications, sometimes bidders agreeing in advance. I remember that someone once told me when a government in a country requires new vehicles, it's not them interfering maybe in the tender process, but it's also the bidders, the company in advance agreeing who will win that tender. Through that way to avoid that they outbid each other and the price go down. So it's different ways of interference. So it's also companies playing the game in an unfair way. Again, not always, but it happens. If we look to the number of companies per tender, in my own country, it's 7. In Spain, it's 5. In the Western Balkans, it's 3. So that's substantially lower. Yeah, let me go to 2 more points, and then I'll go to the way forward. Checks and balances in the system, I think that's most crucial. The functioning of Parliament, Audit Office was mentioned before, the Ombudsman, anti-corruption agencies. When I meet those organizations, I see a true commitment to do good work. I see often that they have a decent mandate, although not always. But I also see that their follow-up on their recommendations, for example, from an audit office, is insufficient. Certainly, in some countries it's sufficient, but in several of the countries it's insufficient. And I think that's an important point to stress. And my last point is media freedom. I think the role of the media is maybe the most important in a democracy. Journalists don't get a good pay. They do important work, certainly those doing investigative journalism, which is very costly. But still, despite that good work, being the guardians of democracy, the watchdogs in democracy, you see too often that they are attacked publicly. I think that's unacceptable, and certainly you see it even at the highest level. And I think that's also something that happens in the EU, but I think that's not what we as the way the EU, and it should also not function in candidate member states. So that's a bit of my analysis on the rule of law. Maybe one more point that's not applicable for North Macedonia, but it's for other countries. War crimes prosecution, too little done. And I think if that continues like that, justice delayed is justice denied. So that's certainly also worrying. And then how to change. Some of the things were already mentioned. I don't want to take too much of your time because I think I'm just in between just before the coffee break. I think it's a cliche, but I think it's truly important. And I think it was also confirmed by the European Court of Auditors 2 years ago or 3 years ago in a report. To improve rule of law, there's a need for mentality change. Yes, that takes long. Yes, that takes time. But some of the countries have been reforming for a few decades now. So how much time do we need? And how do you get at the mentality change? Besides being patient, you also need political will. I think it starts at the highest level. A long time ago, I had a short military background, and I remember being in officers training. The first point they always said, like, is leading by example. I think politicians should lead by example. It doesn't start at that level, it will never trickle down. So you will never get that mentality change. And I think that demands that politicians, but also other high officials, refrain from the temptation of personal gain and interference. And the temptation is there always, but I think it's of utmost importance to refrain from that. And it's also giving confidence. If the highest level politicians, high civil servants give confidence, show that and give confidence to their employees to act independent and do their work, I think the system will start working. To give an example, now I hear often journalists complaining whenever they do investigative journalism that whenever they submit a request for information, sometimes they get it or they get it very late. It's also a concern in my own country we're working on, but often it's also denied. And that's not the way, like I said earlier, the guardians of democracy or the watchdogs in democracy can do their work. So my advice would be to all those government officials, but also judges, prosecutors, be open to journalists, engage with journalists. I think that's the way we build a democracy. And then finally, my last point, sorry for taking so much of your time, why this is important for us. You mentioned Netherlands as being very strict. Well, I think a few years ago, I remember that in the Netherlands, and also our then Commissioner Timmermans, who's currently in the opposition, Netherlands, said, I'm not sure whether the EU will still exist in a couple of years. He said, I'm truly not sure. I think that's now behind us. We see the urgency and the need of an European Union. But the EU is built on rule of law. It's built on trusting each other, citizens, but also countries. We should rely on each other's systems. Also for the support the EU has within our own countries. And the Netherlands as a net payer, we have to also explain to our own citizens that funds channeled through Brussels, paid in other, spent in other countries is well paid and well deserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. De Bruyn, for also giving this regional perspective and also using a lot of indicators, our specialty as Seldi network. And also what is important, also pointing out some good examples. You mentioned Albania and Montenegro and Sarajevo cantons, and leading by example. So it's a good to know that such a positive examples should be followed in other places and in the fight against corruption as well. Now we are kind of reaching the end of the panel, but I'll leave some space to the Vice Prime Minister Fetai to reflect on what he have heard, and then maybe a 1 minute closing statement if any of the other panelists wants after all. Mr. Fetai, please.
Thank you, Alexander. A lot has been said. Thanks to all the international partners for their much valued support and advice. I think Kocani was clearly the wake-up call that this society had been waiting for. What sticks in my head from Kocani is that young guy, 13-year-old, who was crying in front of the club, the improvised club. and explaining that he lost friends who were around 14, 15, most probably. They shouldn't have been there. That's not allowed by our laws. Still, it happened because, corruption, bribery. That young guy was saying, corruption is killing us. Stop this corruption, in English. And actually, I think it's probably available on the social media, and you should really check it out. And I think we need to fix the system in response to that young guy and to the younger generations that want to see this country run differently, this country become part of the European Union. I think Swiss ambassador has mentioned that we need to make sure that we have zero tolerance for corruption. That's at all levels. That's at the level of the government, at the level of political parties. Unfortunately, last week, some of you from Skopje, from North Macedonia will know, we had in the new government a corruption scandal. One of my party members, who was director of one of the clinics in Skopje, took a bribe from a patient to put him on the waiting list in a geriatric center. We took action immediately. Myself, as chair of the general council of my party and of the ethics committee, I called immediately a meeting, and we decided to expel our director and our party member, who was chair of a branch, pending a final decision. If the court finds that he's innocent, he will be welcomed back in the party. But we wanted to send a clear signal that we don't support and we don't protect those who make such mistakes. And I think that should be the case in all political parties. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened, as far as I'm aware, at least. What do we need to do? Here we have had many responses in our different interventions. It's clear that we need political will, we need financing for the institutions that are responsible for the fight against corruption, and we need functioning independent institutions and civil society organizations. I'll take just two examples to show how daunting the situation has been. We've been talking about illicit financial flows and asset recovery. When we started, I found out that the Asset Recovery Office in this country is staffed with 1.5 full-time equivalent, which is ridiculous. I mean, it's impossible to properly do any kind of work, given that they are responsible for asset recovery in country and internationally. We need to increase funding to such institutions. Alexander mentioned the State Audit Office. Last week, the State Audit Office presented a report in government, and I want to mention here that they come each week. On a weekly basis, the director comes to the government sessions and presents the findings of their reports. But you saw probably the media coverage on the Asset Management Agency, the one that is responsible for managing and selling the assets that are confiscated, where there was a scandal with 6 to 7 million euro, I think, disappearing in the course of a few years between what has been sold and what has been actually put back to the budget, which shows that the institutions that are responsible, for addressing those topics have been corrupt, just like the rest. State Audit Office, Alexander, indeed super important. Personally, as a government also, we have excellent cooperation with the office. We have them, as I said, on a weekly basis in the government sessions. We follow up consistently on the recommendations and the findings of their reports, either by sending, those findings to the prosecution or implementing concrete initiatives they are proposing, such as one that I'm driving at the moment, which is to establish the registry of state property for the first time in the history of the country, but also implement all their recommendations through a specific action plan that I'm currently finalizing with the relevant institutions on the management of state property. We are also working with them on the training curriculum for the certification of hundreds of civil servants responsible for public tenders, mostly in terms of corruption risk management, in terms of integrity. Cooperation with civil society organizations is also part of the picture. I've addressed that in my intro speech, but just to say that I meet on a monthly basis with the anti-corruption platform, receive initiatives from them, and then put them to government for follow-up. We have made sure that they have also a voice at the table where the decisions are taken when it comes to the fight against corruption. It's been mentioned a few times, but several of the speakers. We need, I think, this continued support from our international partners, both financially, technically, because of the expertise, such as the one that has been described here by Bart de Bruijn. And we need the political support. Nicole Vance has mentioned, the fact that the US has been targeting corrupt actors with designations. I think that has helped a great deal and is helping addressing impunity. We had the case of a former deputy prime minister who was designated on Anti-Corruption Day in December, on the 9th of December. I think we need, to continue this kind of approach and actually put the finger on corrupt actors and corrupt institutions if we are to end impunity. The judiciary, I mean, it was mentioned by Bart de Bruijn again. This is one of the biggest gaps that I see personally. We need, one, to implement tough reforms to take out the corrupt judges and prosecutors. And let's be honest, we know, plenty of them. We know, the tricks they use to postpone sessions in courts. One day the printer is broken, the next day somebody has a stomach bug, and we just keep on, postponing sessions to reach statute of limitations. And this is a public secret. Everybody knows this in this country, yet we haven't been addressing this topic. And this is crucial to establish the track record that was mentioned by a few of us. I think it's clear. It's, as I said in my intro speech, it's a specific request from the European Commission in the annual reports. It's a specific request by the member states in the Council conclusions. Yet, you've kind of described the situation in the region. We are, where we are, with a few exceptions. Albania is doing much better than the others. North Macedonia, we are, at zero level when it comes to the track record. Somebody mentioned mentality shift. I grew up in Belgium myself in the 90s, and I know the Netherlands really well also because I've spent time working there. In the 90s, Belgium, Netherlands were not immune to corruption. It was, a public secret that all public tenders were working with a 10% envelope, but that has changed. There was a mentality shift, and I think that's what needs to happen also in our country. I think the tolerance, the acceptance of corruption is widespread. We all know that, the first thing that we think as citizens of this country when you need to solve an issue, access to service, is to get to someone who knows someone so that we either, don't queue or we can pay to get the service. I think this is not acceptable. As a society, as citizens, as civil society, as media, I think we all have a role to play to stop this culture of corruption, where we also have responsibility, I think, as citizens. And we need to, as government, I think, to make the necessary reforms so that impunity ends. I think here we need help from civil society. We need help from the media. I don't know if it's about campaigning. I don't know, what, the magic bullet can be, if there is a magic bullet in that regard. And I think we can learn from experiences from EU member states in that regard. But we must, collectively, with the support of international partners, end this culture of corruption and end this culture of impunity. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here next year and the year after and the year after and complain that nothing is changing. But I think the change needs to come from us, all of us, as citizens, as civil society, as media, and international partners with all the means they have to support and put pressure on all of us to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you mentioned many things, but I think what stands out that for any bold move that you may make, you will have public support, as you noticed from the reaction in the hall today. And on that note, let's, as our time passed, maybe last call, if any of the panelists want to give some closing remarks. I know the coffee is ready and many of you want it, but let's see if some of the panelists wants to give brief closing remark, if any. Yeah.
Not closing remarks, because I think we could continue discussing for hours and hours. Maybe just to connect with what the Prime Minister said. Also in the democracies, corruption is there. You have risk of corruption, but you have strong and solid check and balance. And this is somehow what is missing in the region. But then corruption that will happen in Switzerland, the drivers of corruption will be completely different from the drivers of corruption here. And I think understanding what drives corruption within the institution, but also from the citizen perspective, needs to be understood to develop the right strategy. And I would just take an example, okay, rule of law and okay, state institution not performing the way they should. But when you're a citizen and you desperately need a service, and the only way to get this service, being health or any kind of service, is to give a bribe or a gift, then you will go and do it. So in a way, how you change this mentality, but then how you make sure that the civil servants are trained, well paid, and able to deliver services. And that brings me also to public administration reform, because you need to have efficient and performing civil servants to be able also to reduce corruption and this mentality of corruption, because sometimes people give a gift because they have no choice. So we can blame that, it should not happen, but sometimes it's also for survival. And maybe the last thing, fighting corruption, and I think you mentioned this, Mr. Fetai, needs not only political leadership, but strong courage, because you need to change the political culture. And this, in the short run, within your own political parties or government, you might also face some challenges and being questioned for that. So how can you regain the trust of the citizens while putting in order somehow the way you function? And the really last point, nobody really mentioned the parliament. So oversight institution, yes, but the parliament is one, and you have all political parties in the parliament. So we also have to look at the role of the parliament in questioning the government on how they work, how corruption is advancing, and so forth. So this role of parliament is also key, the oversight role of the parliament that very often is being forgotten. So we have the executive power and the justice, but the parliament is there, and the parliament should represent the citizens, and they represent all political forces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you did my job better than I would do it, and to close out this panel and summarize it. And actually, as most of you know, I was not supposed to be here. And on this note, I want to give special greetings to Ruslan Stefanov, who is following us online, and he was supposed to be in this place today, but he hurt his leg and couldn't travel from Sofia today. But maybe that's a good sign, as I think in the States they say break a leg to start something good. So maybe his broken leg is a good start in the fight against corruption in the region. Thank you all, and thanks panelists for this, and let's fight together. Thank you.
We have enough statement.
Той беше сега, като съм го включил. Ти ако го включиш, и двата ще се включат. Да. So I see people coming back from the coffee break. So I hope that everyone is here now. And I will proceed with the next panel. Dear distinguished guests, my name is Alexander Gerganov, and I'm the director of the sociological program at the Center for the Study of Democracy. And Alexander's opening words reminded me how we kickstarted this Seldi initiative in 2014, and how we worked on the different instruments, on the methodological perfection of these instruments, how we started presenting our first corruption monitoring system results at the time. And it reminded me how far this has gone, and how much stronger Seldi has become in terms of knowledge, in terms of instruments to use, in terms of political influence, in terms of knowledge to give to the policymakers who can do the real change, and how much political will has changed since 2014. Today, I will chair this panel, Supporting Governance and Economic Stability, Effective Mechanisms to Countering Corruption. And what we will try to do here is try to decouple this complex phenomenon that is corruption and see its different aspects. So we mentioned several times the tragedy at Kachani. This reminded me how a year and a half ago, Laura Kövesi, the first European chief prosecutor, came to an event organized by CSD, and she talked about the cost of corruption, giving an example, fire in a theater in Romania. And she talked about the victims and how we sometimes try to measure the cost of corruption in money. However, it's immeasurable when it comes to human life. And it was very touching story. I remember it very well, maybe the best thing I remember from this event a year and a half ago. And now talking about Kachani, the same things repeats, and people tend to remember about this type of cost corruption has when some tragedy occurs, but then they forget very soon about it and things move as usual. So the most important thing to have in my mind is persistence. To persist in what you're doing, in the action you're taking. And this is what Seldi really excels at. The persistence to provide knowledge, to provide measurement of not only perceptions, but also experiences, also to provide assessments of different types of corruption, not only administrative corruption, not only high-level corruption, but also state capture and strategic corruption, which are very important aspects of the whole picture. It is my pleasure and honor to give the floor to our first panelist, Dr. Tihomira Kostova, who is my colleague at the Center for the Study of Democracy. She is a senior analyst at the economic program, and she will present the center's most cutting-edge research on illicit financial flows, which we are trying to link to strategic corruption and to expose the extent of strategic corruption using this proxy indicator. So without further ado, I'm giving the floor to Tihomira.
Hi, everyone. So can we go with my presentation or? Okay. Okay. So, yeah. So CSD has estimated the illicit financial flows in 10 target countries, the 6 Western Balkan countries, the 3 Black Sea ones, Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, and Armenia, by applying one of the 6 UNCTAD's methods for measuring illicit financial flows. This is the partner country method, which is measuring the IFFS through trade misinvoicing. And what we found, the results indicated that after 2021, or since the invasion of Ukraine, the illicit financial flows have increased in all countries. Further, in total, in 2023, in all countries, the illicit financial flows from both regions, plus Armenia, doubled their size compared to the pre-annual level, reaching 31 USD billions. On the next slide, On the next slide, we see that there are countries like Ukraine, Kosovo, and Armenia registering the highest illicit outflows, money leaving the country, while many others of the target countries, including Georgia, Moldova, again Ukraine, but also Albania, Montenegro, and Serbia, have reported the highest illicit financial inflows after 2022, money entering the country. To explain these spikes, we have formulated and tested a few hypotheses. However, today I'm going to mention 2 of them, which are examining the sanction evasion, and more specifically the trade with dual-use goods. For those of you who do not know, dual-use goods are items or goods with both civilian and military purpose. These could be microchips, semiconductors, sensors, navigation systems, communication systems, different components which are highly advanced Western technologies, and they are under sanctions. And we formulated 2 hypotheses. The first hypothesis is examining whether there is whether the increase of the EU export of the EU member states of dual-use technologies to our 10 target countries led to sanction evasion. And the second hypothesis is examining whether there is a positive correlation between the increase in the illicit financial flows we observe after 2022, and the increase of the export of Western Balkans and Black Sea countries to Russia. We started with analyzing the trade structure of our countries, and considering the enormous role of Russia in economic and political way, we focus on the bilateral trade between our countries and Russia. What we observe is that after 2021, or since the invasion of Ukraine, the trade between our countries and Russia has declined. However, Armenia is an exception, and in 2023, it's worth mentioning that it still has the largest trade deficit with Russia, followed by Georgia. But anyway, all countries from both regions and Armenia, including, remain heavily dependent on Russia, especially on energy supplies and critical raw materials. Further, Russia continues openly to weaponize trade and energy to exert political economic pressure against these countries. The most recent example is from this year, the beginning January 2025, when Gazprom suspended gas deliveries to Moldova and Transnistria, and what happened? It triggered a humanitarian crisis in Moldova and Transnistria. In addition to this exposure to Russia, we found that there are other vulnerabilities which makes the country's preferred destination for sanction evasion and rise in the illicit financial flows. One of them is the well-established and active illicit networks for trade, which exist in all countries, for drugs and arms trafficking, for example, but also the lack or poor alignment with the EU sanctions, especially on dual-use trade, and the traditionally weak and insufficient governance and lack of oversight of the institutions. We see that after 2021, or since the invasion, the EU export of dual-use goods has dropped significantly to Russia. But at the same time, we observe that there has been sudden increases to third countries, including our 10 countries from Western Balkans and Black Sea region, as well as Central Asian countries. We have estimated that, for example, in 2023, the imported dual-use goods from the 10 target countries from Western Balkans, Armenia, and Black Sea, plus the 5 Central Asian countries, reached 82% of the pre-war EU export to Russia in 2021. Further, each country in covering Western Balkans and Black Sea has increased their import of dual-use goods by over 50% since the invasion. Here on this slide, we can see the exact increases in each country. We used Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan as 2 benchmark case countries. And we see that the leading countries in these increases are Armenia, Serbia, and Albania. We also analyzed the export of our 10 countries, the Black Sea countries in the Western Balkans, of dual-use goods to Russia. And what we found that there are 4 countries which has increased significantly their exports of these sensitive technologies to Russia. More significantly, these are Armenia and Serbia, followed by Bosnia and Moldova. It is worth mentioning that Bosnia and Moldova had no too little prior trading history of trading this dual-use goods with Russia. And at the same time, other countries like Georgia, Montenegro, and North Macedonia have increased their export just a year before the war started in 2021. They have started experiencing a sudden spike in their exports of these technologies to Russia, which has also raised some questions about pre-war preparations. And to verify our hypothesis, what is the direct impact of the EU export to our 10 countries and their subsequent re-exports to Russia, we applied a statistical analysis which is analyzing monthly data. And after applying it, we can see that Armenia, among all 10 countries, emerged as a key re-export hub compared to other countries, as well as Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, the two countries which I mentioned we used as a benchmark cases. What does it mean? It means that the export of Armenia, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan to Russia follows closely their import of dual-use goods from EU. And this was my short presentation, which presented the key messages and results from our research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tihomira, and thank you for keeping this presentation short so that we have more time for questions and for discussion. I think these results are very interesting. They are quite technical, and at the first glance, it is somewhat difficult to understand what this entails in terms of corruption, but we believe it is closely linked to potential strategic corruption, so it's a good proxy indicator for this. We are now currently working on building and showing the whole picture and explaining how this works in detail. So I would like, and of course there will be some time for questions and discussion after all presentations, but now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Svajana Taseva, who is the Dean and Executive Secretary of the International Anti-Corruption Academy, to tell us more about today's topic.
Thank you, Sander. Thank you. If Ruslan is watching, I want to say hello to him. Actually, this is why I'm here. We met in Paris during the OECD meeting a few weeks ago, and it just happened that I'm here in Macedonia and was invited to this event. I'm grateful to my colleagues from MCMC and Seldi for this invitation, and this is for me an opportunity to be here and to present the International Anti-Corruption Academy. It is in Vienna, in Luxembourg, Austria, and to talk a little bit about the role of the International Anti-Corruption Academy in the global fight against corruption. At the beginning, as we were all mentioning, the latest or 1 month ago incident in Kočani, I want also to stress that this affects us all, as I'm from there. I spent most of my life in Kočani and have there many friends and relatives. But to know that you have spent many years, decades of your life in fighting against corruption, and that this is still happening in the country where we have started working on anti-corruption 20 and more years ago, introducing the new criminal law from 96. And ever since, we have adopted all the conventions and brought all the laws, and it is still not at the level as it should be. The Anti-Corruption Commission at the beginning and in the middle and on the end. And today, we need all to reassess actually what happened and why is this the results from all the efforts and all the international support was provided for all the instances in the fight against corruption. But as I'm here to speak on the behalf of the International Anti-Corruption Academy, I will stop my intervention or reflection on the situation in my own country. And it is really an honor to be here today and to present a little bit of the role of the International Anti-Corruption Academy and what the role Academy is playing in the global fight against corruption. It is a regional event, but the Academy is also working in different regions, what I will reflect a bit later in my presentation. First, allow me, for all those who don't know about the Academy, to say that the International Anti-Corruption Academy is actually an international organization. It was established in 2010 in Austria, Mr. Ban Ki-moon was there for opening of the academy together with the representatives from all of Interpol, UNODC, OECD. And North Macedonia was one of the founders of the academy. And as many of other countries from this region, actually, all of the countries from the Southeast European region are members of the International Anti-Corruption Academy, and they participate in the Academy's bodies, like the Assembly of the State Parties, that we have meetings every year. They also participate to the governing bodies in the Academy, like the Board of Governors, the International Academic Advisory Board, and Supervisory Board. Macedonia was not really active, but with increasing interest and effectiveness in cooperation with the International Anti-Corruption Academy from the other countries in the region. When I say Macedonia has not been active, I mean as a government, as the interest from the institutions, but individually, we recently had trainings for the professionals which work in the Anti-Corruption Commission with the FIU, with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Justice. They have participated to a joint training on internal investigation and use of the big data for their internal investigations. So the Academy is actually the only international organization which is established with the particular purpose to provide training and education for the professionals. So we work mainly with professionals from all over the globe. Even though we have 77 member states, our alumni, we have more than 7,000 alumni at this moment. They come from 168 countries. So it is a clear signal that actually we work with every single country that has interest for education and training. For the type of education and training we provide, as it is established as an academic institution based on the Austrian standards, in the IACA we have 4 master programs at this moment. This is the basic master program in anti-corruption. We have master program in anti-corruption and diplomacy, which we organize together with UNITAR. Then we have a master program in anti-corruption and compliance, which is very well attended by the professionals from the business sector. We have a master on anti-corruption and collective action, which is actually the well-awarded program because it is embedded in the master program that after 4 months of theoretical learning, we provide 8 months of coaching and mentoring of our students to work on their collective actions in their respective countries. So this has been a program which is awarded recently, as I mentioned, in Bucharest during the EPAC meeting, and it is receiving a lot of very good feedback for the member states and also other professionals. Apart from the academic program, the Academy has its research department. We do work on the research based on typologies and analyzing real cases and practice. As we mentioned before, the corruption is not equal in all regions in the world. So typology of corruption is different depending on the context, depending on the social circumstances, depending on the political circumstances, and that is why it is important for us to look at all aspects of corruption in order to be able to address it better. Our work is based globally, but I must mention, as we are here in the region, that there is a growing interest in regional
trainings and regional activities when we talk about the tailor-made trainings. The tailored trainings are designed on the basis of the needs of the practitioners from different regions. From this aspect, we have trainings for MENA region, we had trainings from Arabic countries, we will have soon trainings for the African countries, and we have trainings for the MENA and ASEAN regions. We need to learn and to understand how the regions need to cooperate in order to address the problem of corruption together, as we realize today also that this is the main need, that we need to understand how to cooperate together in, first of all, recognizing the problem and how to work together on addressing problem of the illicit financial flows and also the problem of investigation, joint investigation when it comes to the modern ways and technologies of the fight against corruption, because of these different and new forms of assets. We have today assets which are not tangible and assets which are not visible, but we still need to understand how to recognize and how to manage and seize these assets. There is a growing need for the regional trainings on assets recovery and especially on assets management, because assets which are taken away or deprived from one region can easily be found in another country in the same region. And for that, we cooperate with many developed countries which have their own developed assets recovery mechanisms. In order to achieve our final goal, to provide the best training and the best knowledge for the professionals in the field on anti-corruption, we cooperate with the best trainers, with the best experts. The Academy does not have its own faculty. We don't have our own professors, but we are cooperating with the best professors from every university on the globe, and they like working with the Academy. We invite professionals from international organizations and agencies to lecture and to teach from their experience. And also we work with the professionals, and this is 3 levels of knowledge from the globe. Just as an example, our last cohort of the graduates was 34 students from 24 countries. So when you bring this together, this elevates the level of knowledge on the fight against corruption, and also emphasize and increase the cooperation and trust among the participants that are more willing to work together in addressing the problem of corruption in different regions. So we also work with international organizations. We analyze the best standards. We introduce the latest findings on the researches in our training activities. And we're always willing to expand our work and to come closer to the professionals who are really interested in enhancing their knowledge. But as the last point, I will say that recently I've attended the conference of the OECD, the Global Forum on Anti-Corruption, and also the forum in Washington on partnerships against corruption. And there was a lot of emphasis on education. If we want to achieve more sustainable fight against corruption or good governance, then we need to invest in knowledge. The governments and developed countries will need to find a way how to support developing countries and enhancing their knowledge, because only equipped, knowledge expert will resist the influences from any side, whether it is political or it is different type of influence that comes from the state capture. So it is growing understanding that even in the fight against pollution or the protection of the environment, in every aspect, we have achieved results only by embedding these topics into education or providing more comprehensive, holistic education for the professionals who work in these areas in order for better to understand and to address the problem. So this is my play here. So just pay attention to knowledge and to education if we want to achieve resistance. It goes also for the civil society. It is also included in our trainings and the media. We have a program which is called Power of the Pen, which is also very, very strong and much attended by the investigative journalists. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Swajana. 2 years ago, I attended the work group meeting of international experts at the IACA, and we were focusing on trying to redefine and put a theoretical framework for the term state capture. And I was very pleasantly surprised at the time, because at the time CSD was one of the very few organizations that kept talking about state capture, and we were told numerous times that this term is politically insensitive, that is, from academics, we were told that it was inaccurate because clientelism or kleptocracy were sufficient terms, while I can argue quite a lot that it is a different phenomenon. And nowadays, unfortunately, we can see our state capture theoretical model being illustrated in real life, developing in front of our eyes. So 2 years ago, I appreciated the work IACA does, and thank you again for coming here today and for telling us.
Thank you for the invitation. There is a lot to be said, but the time is not allowed.
Yeah.
I hope you will all be encouraged to see the IACA's website. Thank you.
So we will have a more active discussion in 10 to 15 minutes. But before that, and I already have a few questions for Tihomir and for Swajana, I would like to introduce the final speaker for this panel, Marina Kovacic. She is the component leader for combating illicit financial flows in Western Balkan at GIZ, North Macedonia. The floor is yours. Let's go
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be part of the panel today. This is, I have only one slide actually to show, but it could be a reflection of what we could be discussing as well. What GIZ has been doing in the last couple of years, and GIZ is active in the region for about 30 years. It's a development cooperation agency, an implementing partner of the state institution, but also civil society organizations in the region of Western Balkan. As of 2017, I would say we have been active in the field of illicit financial flows, and we have developed quite some practice and achieved quite some results, I would say, although there is much to be done. And I would like to give you a bit of a perspective on illicit financial flows in a sense of how we combat or we approach this type of this phenomenon, I would say. Illicit financial flows are kind of a vague term, and I would not go into the theory behind. But for us, the most crucial tool to combat illicit financial flows, is by strengthening the anti-money laundering systems in the countries. Before I go to this slide, I can maybe give a brief overview of challenges which are existing in this field. One would be the political corruption, high-level corruption, and abuse of official authority or a position, as crimes indicated in the national risk assessments and as risks of high interest actually for all of the Western Balkan countries. This is quite well linked actually with the PEPs, so-called PEPs, or the politically exposed persons, where, for example, in the region, it's scarcely that we know of a list or registers of such appointed elected officials. Their acquaintances and family members which go in the package of understanding PEPs, and also interlinking it with the beneficial ownership registers. These are kind of tools, I would say, that countries started investing in to address this type of crimes. Beneficial ownership registers is something also that the countries are striving to achieve in a much better form. Macedonia has a very good solution, but it of course needs improvements on the verification of the data populated in the beneficial ownership register. The other countries in the Western Balkan are here and there, I would say, related to this requirement also from the EU, but also from the monitoring body assessing the compliance of the countries with the anti-money laundering standards. Besides this, what we noticed overall the Balkans is that the fragmented, I would say, policy and regulatory framework in different sectors. One aspect is that the countries do not have consolidated and coherent approach in addressing this type of crimes, but also when it comes to related interventions that they are needed to be implemented in order to combat this type of crimes. Consolidation of the system would require extensive cooperation across sectors. Silo approaches do not work. They do not provide results. And this was our interventions and in ideas since the very beginning of our engagement in the region on the topic, to consolidate these sectors, to start talking to each other, to start exchanging information, not keep the monopoly over their sectorial authorization to themselves, because the knowledge invested in one would be and it is very beneficial to the other sectors. Another aspect which can be observed not only in the Western Balkan region, but also globally, is the misuse of the anti-money laundering standards for different purposes, populist or political interest, I would say. Misuse of the money laundering standards targeting political opponents, civil society organizations, activists, journalists, etc., has been a practice observing, appearing actually throughout the globe, even in our region of the Balkans. Other aspects which are also challenging in more operational, from a more operational and tactical point of view, are the regulatory sectors and monitoring supervisory roles of authorities and institutions responsible actually to be kind of the check of some so-called guardian systems for the financial integrity or judicial integrity. We have been working a bit, I would say, with the non-financial businesses. On one side, the banks and the financial sectors are the most active in the anti-money laundering field in submitting intelligent suspicious transactions report to the authorities. But they are also the major actually channels where the money is laundered through, or at least integrated into the financial system. On the other side are the non-financial institutions. And recently, the other day, I think Prisma, through the Balkan Investigative Reporters Network, issued an article on the role of the lawyers, accountants, tax advisors, notaries, and how this profession could facilitate illicit financial flows. It's a bit of a tricky area, I must admit, but the obligation towards these non-financial businesses is something that has to be regulated in order not to, this fella actually not to be labeled as facilitators or enablers, which is coming kind of a terminology today. Other aspects which are worth addressing is that follow the money approach is what we see, but I will go later into explaining a bit the slide. Follow the money approach as a methodology has proven to be very efficient, and it's not embedded in the practice of work of the financial investigators or criminal investigators leading financial investigations, etc. It's an approach, and here it is stated, it's a rather holistic approach, which is rather demanding, but if we want sustainable and systematic solution, extending to a bit outside of the comfort zone of each of the agency, it's required if we want to have results. What this I will go only briefly, the follow the money approach, which we are as a methodology embedding and using, targets different aspects of illicit finance. When we speak about illicit financial flows, we do not discriminate between the type of the crime. It can be corruption, it can be organized crime, trafficking in human beings, smuggling, tax evasion, whatever. So the approach focuses on following the money. So no matter what type of crime. The idea is that we should strengthen the system to be resilient enough to address any type of crime where illicit funds or dirty money are at stake. Therefore, the levels of prevention, financial investigations, and asset recovery are the sectors methodologically put which are very much connected and feed from each other. So you cannot do one thing without the rest, or because it's a kind of a vicious cycle, but in a good manner, I would say, in a sense that everything fits itself. So from the prevention side, when we talk about prevention in the illicit financial, combating illicit financial flows, or IFFs, simply put, we talk about transparency issue. I mentioned the beneficial ownership registers, but also transparency and accountability in institutions working with it. Here, we also work pretty much with the civil society. We have worked pretty much with the civil society organization, whose role we see very important, because it's on one side that it was mentioned earlier today that the leadership should put an example of conduct, which should be 2 minutes. Thank you. Leadership should put a framework for the conduct expected from the society. On the other side, we have the civil society, a bottom-up approach, which should go in parallel. It cannot be one that follows the others, but they should go in parallel if we want to have a sustainable solutions. Then we work with the intelligence. We embed intelligence-led policing, intelligence-led financial investigation, and this is the work mainly with the state institutions. The asset recovery and asset management are also a part of the activities which are necessary to be done in order to have, this is famously crime, to see that crime does not pay when we return the assets and then maybe repurpose it for social benefits. We have had several attempts of doing a sustainable kind of solution in asset management from an asset management perspective. But this is worldwide to do even more, because these agencies of management of confiscated assets have asset and value which is not counted. And this is a resource for the country and can be a benefit for the society. So all of these aspects would I would say, if taken together, could bring different solutions. And maybe only briefly to mention that, because it was mentioned during the panels, but also during coffee, the USAID, the difficult and vulnerable situation of the funds for funding development processes, etc. I can maybe say that from a German government perspective, we have been also restructuring and also waiting for the German government to consolidate. Now we will have to wait a bit more to see how this will roll out. Also, cuts in funds have been observed there as well. But Germany had done a kind of a foresight exercise, where Western Balkan is still a priority, especially the governance field, and it will remain in the region supporting the developments even further. One aspect that maybe is worth mentioning is the reform agenda, and I would say just because of the overall situation, maybe the conditionality put with these reform agendas could be something that could be expected also from other remainings or other donors and implementing agencies. And I think it's worthwhile exploring also how this could be results-based and where finally we can have achievements with visible and sustainable results. But I will cut here my talk and then leave you
Thank
with
you very much,
Alexander.
Marina. It was a very, very informative presentation, and I will argue that having one slide to present the holistic approach is the only way to go. So thank you very much for keeping in time and leaving some time for discussion as well. And I will abuse a bit my moderator rights and will ask one question to each of the panelists, and then we'll open the floor to questions from the audience. And my question in the order of presentations, first to Tihomira, would be what is the difference between illicit and illegal financial flows? My question to Snježana would be, being representative of an anti-corruption academy, do you think we need to revise our understanding of what corruption is nowadays, or is it the same it was 2000 years ago? Do we need to make any changes in how we define or theoretically explain corruption? And finally, Marina seems to have anticipated a bit my question. It is regarding funds. And given the current situation, I would like to ask you, how do you think that the funds should be allocated to be most effective and have largest impact in the fight against corruption, including illicit financial flows? And what you heard today from people when they said that they feel like nothing has changed, nothing has moved on. Do you think we need to revise somehow the way funding in the fight against corruption is structured? And if so, what would you change? So these are my questions. Please, whoever wants to start.
Maybe I can start. We used to think about the illicit financial flows only as illegal activities. However, with the introduction of the international sanctions, this definition has expanded and now includes not just illegal, like tax fraud, corruption, drugs, and arms trafficking, but also illicit activities, unethical, socially unacceptable, and improper activities. And I can give an example. The trade of dual-use goods between Germany, Serbia, and Kyrgyzstan, for example, is not illegal. But when this trade is done only to sell the goods, to re-export the goods directly or sell them to Russia, it becomes illicit. The deliberate act of facilitating sanction evasion makes the trade illicit. I think this is a big difference, and we need to reflect it in a better way in our policies.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I think we all know the answer of your question, that actually the corruption is not the same as it was 20 years ago. First of all, we now talk about the virtual assets. We talk about different typology of corruption. We also talk about corruption in different aspects and sectors that we have not been looking before. Corruption in the humanitarian aid sector, corruption in the sport. And then we talk about the complexity of the problem and that we need to break the silos. Because when we understand now that we need to revise our understanding of the problem of corruption, and that goes everywhere, As we see on the IRG meetings in Vienna, when we talk about the new methodology for the evaluating for the UNCTAD Convention, now we are talking mainly about the effectiveness and how to enhance the effectiveness in fighting the evolving problem of corruption, because this problem is growing, it's becoming different all the time. But what we realized is that today we need to focus more on being more effective in fighting corruption rather than working only on the policies. And that requires efficiency, that requires working together, partnerships, breaking silos. Marina explained very well the holistic aspects of illicit financial flows, what it takes to better understand it and to work in addressing this problem and the new definition of the illicit and illegal. And this is all what is embedded when I'm talking in the education processes. This is what we need to understand. This is what we need to correct after we understand it better, not to go after all the time after the problem. So it is, we all aware that it is different to what it was 20 years before. We all know more, much more about the problem. We know that all these existing international standards need to work together, or international organizations need to work together to break these silos, but also to bring the global understanding of the phenomenon. So it is an evolving process, and it requires a lot of attention and researches. And I would say all that is based on funding. And you asked that, Marina, but our intention is always to embed this educational aspect in every programming. When the funding organizers or donor organizations are funding programming, to put inside aspect of education and knowledge as a substantial or basic, fundamental need in order to talk about sustainable addressing of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. And follow-up question, listening to, for example, Tihomira's presentation about sanctions evasion, and in the current very complicated geoeconomic landscape or worldwide, do you think it's time to have a special program on strategic corruption and educating people how to recognize strategic corruption and how to tackle it, or do we need to develop tools for this?
Yes, we recently we had a conference on the organized corruption. You know, even the notions and the terminology that we are using after we recognize new types of corruption and how it evolves. We talk about, now it was organized crime, now we have organized corruption, and now we have systemic or strategic corruption, which is an issue we were always talking about strategies on anti-corruption. But what does it mean and how to affect? And recently in Washington, we had this elephant in the room, I must say, talking about the decreasing the level of attention of international fight against corruption with the recent decisions there at the highest level. So how do we address this problem? Is it a real state capture? Do we have a politics over the state and they are directing all the interest towards the need of the political establishment of the influential group? So we need to be open and to address all the problems and to really understand to use all the researches and efforts we have to bring it all together and to make a better response to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
yes, well, I would like first to kind of clarify a bit that GIZ, German Development Cooperation, is not a donor. It's an implementing agency, meaning it implements its own project jointly with partners. So there is a slight difference, but I would reflect on your question. With the current environment, I would say it will be very useful to see, and maybe it was it's not necessarily a bad thing, I would say, that it's occurring with the scattered funds or diversified portfolios, etc. That the international implementing agency, but also civil society organization consolidate a bit differently on how they implement projects and how donor assistance can be best utilized. So making coalitions, alliances, networks like this, although loose and informal, I would say, some are rather formal, can be maybe a better option for acquiring funds, but this is me talking out loud. Another aspect of where resources could be found in our work, and I mentioned the asset management, and I mentioned that there is vast assets who are not used, and they are deteriorating throughout the magazines and plateaus of the agencies throughout the region. We had several initiatives, and we will be working still in this area where we would support agencies in allocating seized, finally confiscated assets to, I don't know, civil society organizations, to vulnerable groups, etc., where they could be maintained further on and reused. This is one aspect maybe worth noting, because I think with the amendments of the asset management law in North Macedonia, but this will be something occurring in the other countries in the region. This will be possible. Albania is mostly advanced in this area, where civil societies actually can apply for the properties that this agency confiscates. Maybe I don't know whether it's inappropriate, but we have witnessed that the IPA funds were not used within their full potential in the past. And now the reform agenda, which is of course conditioned, pose another challenge for the countries to absorb the capacities that these reform agendas, with the tight deadlines that they have, are fully implemented. So I don't know whether there is a mechanism or possibility that some of these funds could be allocated to civil society. So in partnership with the state institutions could do some work. I don't know whether this is for this platform to be discussed, or maybe towards the EU related to appropriate mechanisms. But it's an option for these funds to be properly used, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we have covered the three aspects of fighting corruption. The most important one being building tools, building capacity through educating people and agents, and of course finding funds to do this. And I would like now to open the floor to questions from the audience. So please go ahead, raise your hands, and hopefully someone will help with the mic. The lady over there, and if I don't see your raised hand, please keep it up until I see it. So.
Здраво, моето име е Оливия.
I'm president of the national.
My name is Olivia Evtimovska. I am president of the National Network Women for Women. And as I am interested in the theme gender and corruption, so we heard here about holistic approach, leadership, but we didn't hear, and I have been doing a lot of research in my work about how connected gender and the connection between gender and corruption. A lot of research from countries where gender is in a higher level also reflects corruption is on a lower level. So I was interested, I'm very pleased that the last assessment of Transparency International about our integrity system has proven that we have similar situation in our country. The state audit has the highest score when it comes to integrity, and also it has the highest indicators for gender equality. So we have the connection here. My question would be, how do we approach this, and how do we integrate the gender perspectives in the institutions to take it more seriously? I would say that would be my question, because I think that when it comes to gender and corruption and integrating the gender aspects, it's kind of like something we need a coordinator about gender equality, and she is the one who should deal with this, which I don't think is the right approach. So I would like to hear the opinion on this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, and I will let other questions if they appear. Yeah, and then the panel will answer all the questions. Yeah, so please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have actually two questions, if I may. The first one, they're very brief. The first one is to Ms. Kovacic. What you said about the role of banks. You said they are most effective in fighting, but on the other hand, they also channel a lot of finance. So that's my first question. And the second one for Dr. Kostova about the, because that was the sheet, but maybe it can be shared again. You said there was a 50% increase in dual use exports to the Black Sea region and Western Balkans. You said Kosovo 95% increase, huge, but also Albania 152%. But then you also said Serbia and Bosnia are the most, it increased the most, so it's probably even higher. And how do you know, it can also be, it's an obvious question which you surely looked into, it can also be an increase in demand. I mean, 50% demand in the Western Balkans would be huge in a couple of years, but I can imagine that there has been an increase in demand in semiconductors. So I'm curious whether you looked into that as well. Sorry for posing two questions.
No problem whatsoever. Thank you for your questions. And are there any other questions at this point? Okay, I will then ask the panelists to address the questions, and I suggest that we start with the more concrete and technical questions, if you wish. Yeah. So Marina or Tihomira.
Okay, thanks for the question. The financial sector is the most regulated, and they comply with all the, I would say, standards they have to comply with when it comes to anti-money laundering. But we are witnessing that banks are suffering fines, I would say, but mainly abroad. We hear about the Swiss bank just recently, or the Danske Bank, or the other banks, which, although very well regulated, they have been misused to funnel tainted funds, I would say, in billions of euros. This means that although the quality check and the client due diligence, the risk-based approach is probably something that is missing in, and reporting standards are missing in the financial sector. Yes, they are kind of the channel where to integrate, if you want to integrate the money, which is the end purpose of the criminal networks, for example, they will have to go through the bank at the end to be utilized so they can be used. So the barriers of the banks are the, although on one side strongest, but still at the end, due to different mechanisms of money laundering, they not always can be detected purposefully or not purposefully. On the other side, beside the financial sector, there are also other risks which are still prevalent. The professor mentioned the cybercrime, the crypto that are used. These are emerging and the emerging technologies related crimes. This is something of a recent period, I would say, actual, very hot, I would say, in the region. But at the same time, we should not forget the cash-based economies, and some sectors in our region do not rely on this high-level technology, but on cash, on mules, on some traditional ways of how money are laundered. So we should not make a difference between the channels on how money are laundered. yes, financial sector is one, but there is also other sector which should not be neglected in this regard.
Thank you. And now, Tihomira.
Thank you for your question. So the slide with the 50% increase, it was just an effort to outline a common trend. In fact, some countries increased their import of dual-use goods with nearly 200%. And this really exceeds the plausible domestic consumption, especially when we see the annual average of import for 12 years before the war. And regarding Bosnia and Moldova, they also increased the import of dual-use goods from EU, but we observe in these countries a sudden spike in their exports to Russia. For example, I don't remember it was Moldova or Bosnia. They do not have any trading history with these goods with Russia, and then suddenly in 2022 or 2023 they start exporting. And yes, we observe the same common trends of the same dual-use goods, semiconductors, electronics, and it is just not fits the domestic consumption needs.
Yeah, I think we had the same idea and expected this question. So we checked whether the demand in microchips in Kosovo suddenly increased 200%. And then we saw that it is re-exported. Yeah. This is one of the analyses Tihomira presented. Now to address the very important question about gender and corruption, I think it was asked to the whole panel. So
yeah, thank you for the question about gender and corruption or anti-corruption. You can look at it from many aspects. There was a recent research from this region that you see this balance of gender, whether when we say with pride that there are more women in the judiciary or judges or teachers, but they are not in the decision-making positions. And this is really a distribution that will show you how the men still keep the predominance in the decision-making areas, which are more exposed, and there is the higher risk of corruption. But we cannot say that women are less corrupt than men. It all depends on different circumstances. So there have been all this type of researches. It is included in all the aspects of analysis about the phenomenon of corruption. But what is important now that we see the trend of inclusion, including women, more female into the anti-corruption bodies, anti-corruption agencies, into the governance structures. And for me, the most illustrative example of this inclusion is in the regions which were more traditionally male-based in these functions. Recently, I've been to Abu Dhabi. There was a training for the new employees into the accountability authority there, which is the anti-corruption agency. And they have selected the best students from the universities to be employed in that authority. And I was there to give the certificates after the 5 weeks intensive training. And now we're continuing with mentorship for 5 months. But surprisingly, all the candidates were women. And for me, that was a good signal, because I asked what happened, how come that whole group is only females? They said they were the best. If we look at the meritocracy to really try to select the best based on the merits, doesn't matter sometimes whether this is gender balanced. But in the societies which are already not balanced, it is a good step forward. So we really, when we talk about the gender, it is important to talk about the competence as well, and to see how to balance these aspects, with looking on the fight against corruption from this perspective, and to encourage women to be more active into the activities that are decision-making and to the fight against corruption. Thank you.
Well, maybe just to share a perspective from the anti-money laundering field, this provoked me thinking in a sense that in the law enforcement in general, especially in the high-level position, decision-making positions, I think this is still considered a masculine world. And we frequently also receive candidates for participating in trainings which are majority male. We try to push, of course, to disbalance these scenarios. But this is related to attendance and numbers. This is not really contextually and qualitatively qualitative change. On another aspect, the FATF itself, as a global standard setter for anti-money laundering, in its overall history, starting from 1989, there were only 2 chair ladies in this 30-something. Including exactly the current is today. So the leadership positions in especially particular sector in our field of work are kind of reserved for male candidates. This starts changing, of course, but some sectors are really we have to work a bit differently in order to reach some normal balance. But I would not have an answer to your question on how to solve it. I'm sorry.
If I may add just very briefly, so it's a great question and it deserves probably its own panel to discuss, but there is other aspect to, except for the participation of women in politics, the other aspect about the link between corruption and the gender is that women and vulnerable groups as well, they suffer more from corruption, so it is asymmetric. They tend to suffer more than men, and this phenomenon is quite understudied, and we are doing our own research into this, and in November 2024 we published a report about the links between administrative corruption and domestic and gender-based violence, which to the best of our knowledge is the first time anyone looked into this, and it's very interesting. So I encourage you to look at the CSD webpage if you are interested in this. And with this, I am told that we are getting somewhat late for lunch, and I was hesitant to interrupt the question about gender being male. So you must excuse me for if your lunch is a bit cold and you want to comment too? Okay, so I will give the floor to Tihomira for a brief comment, and then we will conclude the panel. Thank you. Go ahead, Tihomira.
I just want to reflect your question about strategic corruption and to say that one way to tackle it is to strengthen our economic security by modernizing our trade policies and including more tools for the diversification, but also resource security aspects. And lastly, I want to say that CSD has published its latest policy brief on our website, so you can reach it and see more information about the sanction evasion in Western Balkans and Black Sea countries. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Tihomira. And on this very important final note, I will conclude this panel, and you're encouraged to interact with the panelists during the lunch, which is served in the a la carte restaurant here at the hotel lobby. So thank you very much for attending this, and thank you to the panelists.
I guess we can start. The final panel after lunch is always a challenge, but I'm confident that our distinguished panelists will spark a meaningful discussion on where Western Balkan countries stands in fostering institutional resilience. Are we witnessing state capture? Do private interests come before the public good? Is there genuine political will to fight illicit finance flows, or are we still far behind? Earlier today in the opening session, we heard bold statement from our Deputy Prime Minister. He even shared specific examples on how both the political party and the government responded when the director of the geriatric hospital was accused of bribery. But the real question is, was that an exception? The international community also made some very direct observation, many of which boiled down to a simple message: do your job better, you are not there yet. And we need to practice what we preach. So who better to speak about the extent to which private interests influence policy making than the State Commission for Prevention of Corruption in North Macedonia? With us today is my first panelist, Ms. Biljana Karakashova-Shulev, Commissioner in the State Commission for Prevention of Corruption. Biljana, the floor is yours.
Благодарам, Жане. Thank you, Jana. I will speak in English. Thank you very much for your invitation on behalf of the Anti-Corruption Commission to attend today's very important meeting. As a previous speaker said, this event comes at the right time, a time when we need to review several aspects of the fight against corruption, both preventive mechanisms and repressive mechanisms. As far as your questions are concerned, at what level do private interests affect public interests? I'd like to say that as a country, we've been taking measures, we've been pledging to reduce the impact of private interests on public interests, both from the point of view of policy creation, but also performing official duty. But despite such dedication, such efforts, still the impact of private interests over public interest is still present, and this is not a separate phenomenon. Many countries face such hardship, but this should not be an excuse to fail to take measures to protect public interest. Almost all speakers mentioned the Kočane tragedy, and unfortunately, this is a very recent example showing that for many years, institutions and officials have been victims of somebody private interest. I do not have details in this matter, but it is probable that both institutions and the staff have been acting against the public interest. In this regard, this is not only about private interest, but it's also about threatening security and safety of people. From the point of view of the Anti-Corruption Commission, I think that our work has shown that this is a major threat in many areas, but I would like to single out one area where private interest prevails over public interest. This is physical planning and construction in terms of issuing licenses and permits and developing performing physical planning. A lot of civil organizations conducting monitoring over procurement, their reports in years have shown that as certain political parties stay in power for a longer period or time or change, this impacts the composition of procurement teams. The public also has a perception that there is a lot of selective justice, and that this is mostly due to somebody's personal interest. And of course, we also have the public administration. Every party coming into power declares that they'll put an end to a politicized public administration, but still private interests and the interests of political structures can harm public interest. Regarding certain situations that can be a reason for such an impact and appear as a consequence is the clientelism or creating ties between political parties, governing structures, and business elites who, behind closed doors, usually enter into agreements for different things. Then we have lobbying, though lobbying is formally regulated. Unfortunately, the law on lobbying is not being actively applied, but very often in practice, we have witnessed that certain interests impact the policy creation and the decision making and public powers. I would also like to mention financing of political parties and election campaigns and the creation of clientelism. You have situations in which after the publication of election results, legal entities can still continue to donate to political parties that have won the elections. And this gives the feeling that political parties usually, these people will expect something in return from these political parties. Then we have the poor rule of law in our country, which has been here for many years in the past. We got poor assessments from relevant international organizations. This is a system that lacks accountability, or giving the space for everybody to feel free to impact the public interest. What is the way to influence this public interest? This is done in all recommendations from the anti-corruption agency are towards protecting public interest, but we have a very poor implementation of our recommendations. And I refer here to all other recommendations, recommendations from the strategy, from the anti-corruption check of the legislation, the implementation of the integration policies, or recommendations deriving from concrete cases. Very often, usually public and private interest collide when we have a suspicion of conflict of interest. We have preventive competencies in terms of awareness raising on the conflict of interest, but we also act on concrete cases wherever we have a suspicion of a conflict of somebody's private interest with the public interest. After 2013 until 2024, in these cases, whenever it was established, it was found that an official, when taking a decision, has found themselves in a conflict of interest, the agency has filed 45 reports and decisions, initiatives to dismiss somebody on those grounds, and only 12 were accepted out of 45, which means that the reactions to the recommendations and the competencies possessed by the agency, anti-corruption agency, are not accepted by the institutions by the public sector. Maybe one of the reasons is the legal framework, the lack of punishment,
Онаму каде што упатена иницијативата, дали треба да биде прифатена?
Like impunity. Let me conclude regarding your first question. This needs not to discourage us. We should not give up. Our country is fully on the reform track, on its way to Euro integration. I believe that all its commitments will improve the situation in this field. Thank you, Biljana. So acting against the public interest. I will mix Macedonian and English. I hope this is not an issue. So acting against the public interest, you mentioned different areas, concluding informal agreements, unaccepted initiatives. It is obvious that you have established many things that are contrary to the way they should be. And this brings me back to my question to my second panelist, Misha Popovic from the Institute for Democracy, Societa Civilis from Skopje. Misha, do you, after everything that was said by the Anti-Corruption Commission, do you see that we have this situation of captured state? And do you see that somebody is monitoring this whole system? What do you think it should be done to make a difference? Thank you, Jana. Since the conference is international, I will speak in English.
Important to have to differentiate between state capture as practice and state capture and risks of state capture. And I think it's easier if we follow some of the risks that have been laid out in different methodologies in scholarship to try and measure this so that we come up to the answer of your question, whether there is state capture or not. And here I'll just briefly name a few just to set out the stage for trying to deliver the answer throughout this panel, but maybe even more so in some other occasions. So definitely this country has been named as experiencing state capture in 2015. So this leaves the question whether we are still in state capture or if this practice has been abolished. But I think it's a more fundamental question to ask if there are risks of state capture, because if there are risks of state capture, then you only need a willing actor to get the reins and exploit this weakness. And luckily, we have some indicators of risks of state capture. And Dani, I think you will mention Seldi's state capture assessment diagnostics. And I think this is a really good tool. It's been done in 2018, 19, long time ago, but I think it's going to happen very soon again for the entire region. More so, I think it's important when we mention public procurement to look at some of the indicators of public procurement integrity. And here we have representatives of NGOs that are following this in Macedonia, but as well, I think it's important to look at other more international, let's say, assessments of public procurement integrity to see that actually in these countries over the Western Balkans, we see risks of corruption in public procurement being still there and in a quite big way. And it's similar with the state capture assessment diagnostics, where in 2019, multiple risks of state capture have been identified. And I think what's important One of the conclusions of that was that there was a significant presence of private interest bias. And that's when public institutions actually act in favor of a private interest. And this is not only occasional, but quite systematic in that the approach of public institutions is to first and foremost protect private interests in many occasions, and especially in urbanism and development, in media, and we see this in practice when we look into how, let's say, inspectorates are interpreting the law, how they are doing when they're doing their inspections, and what has been left out as a consequence of that, but we'll get that later. And I think that's analytically, it's important to look into state capture risks in these three fields. One is how decisions are made. The second is how the laws are enforced and how these are overseen by competent institutions. And we see huge problems in any of these three areas. We see in the parliaments special laws, tailor-made laws being done. Throughout the Western Balkans region, and especially this can be noted because expedited procedures are present in several of the parliaments of the Western Balkans, and I think this is an important kind of development because it sort of shows us this ambivalence of how institutions build their own, let's call it resilience. I have some reservations on that. In terms of transparency being improved because of certain international or regional processes, mainly the EU integration. But state capture is about controlling the outcome. Being sure that from an idea to execution, there is a control by a power network of how things are being decided, how things are being shaped, how money is spent, and how the judiciary will act if there is a criminal investigation into corruption. So for a state capture to run, a power network has to have control over these outcomes. And I think in the decision-making part, it has been a trend to create these tailor-made laws because power networks need control over the judicial outcome, and they try to legalize corruption. Basically, this is the more narrow definition of state capture. When you have a certain private interest, design the rules to fit their needs rather than the needs of the public interest. And we see this in cutting red tape, avoiding general purpose laws, and so on. And why the parliaments are under, let's say, are under pressure to do this is that they do not typically, MPs do not typically have criminal liability for the decisions they make. They have immunity. And it's the easiest way how to secure that what other executives are going to do is not criminal, and whether they have a control or not over the judiciary, they won't be liable for criminality. And this is the case mostly with this special made law, Bechtalenka being the example here, and prior to that, other kind of big infrastructure things. And I'll keep it short for the other two part, but it involves controlling the law enforcement, but not law enforcement in terms of police and customs, but law enforcement in terms of different institutions actually acting upon the rules and controlling different economic activities. We see shrinkage of those institutions, depleting their resources. That's one strategy. Where there is either not enough people or not enough budget to be able to actually perform their duties, or the second scenario, which I think also Biljana mentioned, and that's clientelism or different patronage or clientelistic practices of employing loyalists within ministries, within inspectorates, who are actually loyal to the private, to the political party, and to some this first part. I think there are two, let's say, variables which are very disencouraging for this region. And one is that if we are talking about resilience, resilience in general, but also resilience against state capture, it's like an environmental variable. So it's very hard to be resilient if other institutions are not resilient around you, or if other countries are not resilient around you. There has to be some potential there. And if it's not, it's very hard to reach some successful outcomes. But then more importantly, I would say, is that there is a huge overlap between political parties and businesses. So these are not necessarily directly tied in a, let's say, North American way, where you have businessmen lobbying politicians, but you have businessmen running the countries. Well, maybe now North America is not the best example, but in any case, there is no separation between these two networks, and it's very hard to build institutional or political even resilience, because fundamentally political parties are only the tool of the businessmen inside them to secure some gain. So if the countries of the Western Balkans, if you can classify countries of the Western Balkans along this kind of framework, then we are probably in state capture. If not, maybe only risks are there.
Thank you, Misha. So in a nutshell, state capture is controlling the outcome. And yes, there is something that can say that we are in a phase of state capture. You've mentioned tailor-made laws, private interest bias, systematic private interest bias. But on the end, it was the resilient of state capture. Are we resilient of the state capture? That brings me to my next panelist, Ms. Daniela Mineva from the Center of Study of Democracy. Daniela, already Misha actually started introducing you introducing you as the next panel. What are the key research of Seldi findings on the ongoing corruption and state capture in the Western Balkans? And what specific steps should national governments and EU authorities take to strengthen public institutions and reform, for example, judicial systems?
Thank you. Indeed, we have been observing state capture for many years. It's not a new phenomenon. 20 years ago, the problem was administrative corruptions. That's why we created the corruption monitoring system. And as it was mentioned, it shows that administrative corruption varies between 10% in Montenegro to 40% in Albania. However, currently this is not the problem. The problem is state capture. As Misha mentioned, through state capture, private interest influence the legislation, influence the decision making, influence the investment, and valuable state assets go into the hands of individuals with lack of integrity. And in order for us to formulate good countermeasures, first we need to acknowledge that state capture exists in legal terms and in official documents. Yes, we are talking now about this. Everyone knows what's going on in our countries, but we don't see the term state capture or grand corruption, let's say, in the EU rule of law reports. We don't see it often in our anti-corruption strategies. There is no legal definitions. Yes, currently there is a proposal for EU directive to counter corruption through criminal law. So we really hope that this directive will provide us legal definitions of new types of corruption that will help us tackle state capture step by step. For example, we need to have, let's say, more strict rules how to punish illegal lobbying, so that there is no private interest on investment decisions or providing of licensing. And after we have these legal definitions of the elements of state capture, we can apply countermeasures. And as it was mentioned, we in Seldi developed the state capture assessment diagnostic tool. Through this tool, we can see what are the legislation that has gaps, which are the less efficient public bodies. We can see who are the enablers. Is it the judiciary, the public administration? Is it the media? Is it the business? And we can recommend what should be done. And it's very important to have such an early warning to detect the new trends and emerging challenges. Risk assessment is, of course, impossible if we don't have data. What we can recommend is that, for example, all the national public registers be interconnected. In that way, will support the anti-corruption agency in their checks of the asset declarations and conflict of interest declaration. Will support the investigative journalism to make public all the wealth of politically exposed persons. But this is not enough. This is just a first step. There is also a need for the anti-corruption bodies to start implementing the so-called lifestyle audits of politically exposed persons to see if they live in a more luxurious ways than their salary allows, and to if they cannot explain this, if they cannot explain the origin of their wealth, for them to be investigated further and sanctioned. Also regarding the donor aid, it was already mentioned in the previous panels that the IPA funds were not spent very efficiently. Let me remind you that between 2014 and 2020, 690 million euro were provided for the Western Balkan countries, specifically for advancement in the rule of law. However, both CMS and the COD assessments didn't show any improvement. Rather, they showed increase in corruption. This means that now with the reform and growth facility for the Western Balkans and also all the foreign aid we received from other countries, there should be due diligence applied. We need to check who are the beneficiaries of this money. Have they received public procurements and state aid in the past without open procedures? Are they monopolies on their market? What is their reputation? And if they're suspicious, then there should be a re-evaluation of the donor funding. And it's also important to use this funding both to make these public administration reforms that the mission mentioned, and also to create our own economic capacity to build, let's say, a new energy sources, to create new industries, so that we are not dependent on authoritarian countries to provide and ensure our own economic and political security. So, thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. A lot was said, a lot of questions, and actually on which we don't have a lot of answers, to be honest. But you said like we need early warnings. How many warnings were given? And actually, like we are not hearing them. And here you said that according to the Seldi report, there are no improvements actually. So this takes me to our next panelist, that is Mr. Hendrik Boschmeier from the OECD. So, Mr. Hendrik, let me repeat the question posed earlier to Mr. Schulev. To what extent do you believe private interest influence policy making? Do private interest often precedence over public ones? And is it time for taking out the pink glasses, you know, seeing the realistic picture?
Well, thank you for the question. And I mean, the short answer is yes. And the degree to which this is the case obviously depends on the context. That means the country. Obviously, no country is entirely exempt from corruption. Some are more impacted by it, but generally, private interest does impact the decision making, including political decision making. That private interest is put above the interest of the public good. And this is especially true when we look at economic sectors, big infrastructure sectors, for example, road or railway building, energy networks, also sectors that have a lot of SOE presence, state-owned enterprises. So thinking about, for example, the health sector with hospitals or schools or sometimes the banking sector. So here we see that the private interest is sometimes prioritized, and that, of course, is an issue. Now, the degree to which that is the case is not only determined by the country context and the prevalence of specific sectors, but of course also by the government systems in place and the rules that guide the decision making and the action of the economic actors in that specific country. So it depends on the rules, the legal frameworks, for example, the frameworks for reporting on transparency, the laws guiding the action of state-owned enterprises, for example, and then also the political culture. At the OECD and also at the OECD Southeast Europe Regional Program that I'm representing here today, we work on all these issues hand in hand with governments and also other stakeholders, civil society, business community, also academia, and then of course also government representatives in order to make legislation more corruption-proof, in order to analyze the frameworks guiding state-owned enterprises, and also competition law. These are the three main areas where I would say we are present in order to make sure that the private sector, the private interest is not put over the public one, although this remains, of course, a challenge in all countries until today.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrik, especially for pointing out which sectors are most of the risk of political influence and how such influence is typically exerted. Now that we have acknowledged politely, let's put it politely, that we are still struggling to find the right path, what can we do? So let's go for the second round. Biljana, what can CCPC do, the State Commission can do? How to prevent and to mitigate this situation? What role does punity policy play in reducing the influence of private interests?
I would start by answering your second question. about the punishment, about the policies regarding punishments. Maybe the regulatory mechanisms should have advanced, but there are certain risks, and we can talk about captured state. And I would primarily focus on the policy related to punishments, to the penalty policies. And this should cover three aspects. It should punish everybody who in a certain way abuse their position, who place their own or somebody else's interest above the public interest, and there has to be a preventive, deterring aspect, so that anybody who would dare do the same would see the consequences and be prevented from doing it. And this goes for the public institutions and judiciary, because we are all witnesses in our country that the trust in the public institutions is very low. Under the current circumstances, we have to work on strengthening the penal policies. Something completely different happened 2 years ago when the punishments for corruption-related crimes were reduced, and as a result, many officials that were subject to investigations were released. So something that as the other said, there could be preventive measures apart from the repression measures, but in order to reduce the risk of the influence of the private over the public interest, we should act preventively. As I said, when it comes to conflict of interest between the private and the public interest, what the State Commission for Preventing Corruption does cover several aspects. We monitor the assets and the interests of the elected appointed officials. And by doing that, we can see whether under certain circumstances there is a conflict of interest, or they should not be allowed to take on some other position or function. We also give opinions whether, under certain circumstances, an official found themselves in conflict of interest. And since the start of the implementation of the new law, the number of opinions for the purpose of prevention has increased, which could be interpreted as awareness raising among the officials. Just like I already said, acting in realistic situations of conflicts of interest. If we have something like that, we cannot initiate criminal but misdemeanor procedures, and we are demanding accountability to be held responsible in line with the regulations. Another available tool to us that I personally like, and I believe could bring significant results if our capabilities would be improved and if the awareness is raised among the public institutions, is institutional review of the legislation. We are talking about not only the adopted but also draft laws, draft legal acts. Today, for example, my colleagues were looking into the findings of the package of laws related to restaurant businesses, catering businesses that were prepared after the terrible accident. But we realize that there are many corruption-related risks that probably were used in the past period. So the legislation showed that there is no harmonization among the different relevant laws, low level of control or mechanisms for control, And our recommendations, just like with any review, will be submitted to the government, the assembly, and all the other competent institutions that are proposing laws. And hopefully, we already hear that some of the laws will be amended, and hopefully that this time the recommendations coming from our commission will be taken into consideration. And one more thing is education, awareness raising, and undertaking activities for strengthening the personal and institutional integrity. Truth to be told, many of these activities are carried out with the support by our international partners, because we need both experts and financials and technical assistance. And these activities have been aimed at primary and secondary school students, people working in the public sector, appointed and elected officials, anybody that could find themselves in a situation where they can threaten the public interest. As I mentioned before, when it comes to the limited repressive measures available to the Commission, when we establish abuse of certain office or a law, we submit our initiatives to the Public Prosecutor's Office, who should undertake further activities in line with their competencies. And then how I go back to your second question, that we have to talk about strong and effective penal policy, having in mind having in mind the level of perception about the corruption and real corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Biljana. So the repression mechanism is weak. There is no trust in the institutions. Criminal code changes, everything actually affected the trust within the institutions, all of this. And you said that you've made anti-corruption proof of legislation of a couple of laws that are directly connected with the Kočani fire. But my question is it too little too late? How do they say? So this is why my next question to Misha is regarding this. The Kočani fire and similar tragedies before it were consequences of decades of neglect and corruption. Why does corruption kills? And where have we gone wrong?
Yes, thank you for this question. Well, I'll try to use the Kočani case and walk through these three parts: decision-making, execution, and oversight, and to kind of illustrate what's the problem and what tools were at the disposal of institutions to anticipate, let's say, some of their weaknesses, because we are ultimately trying to learn more about how to improve and how to build up resilience. And for those who are not really do not know about the case, there was a fire at a discotheque, and there were a number of casualties, I think 60 or 61 so far, unfortunately, huge tragedy. And there has been an ongoing criminal investigation, which I won't comment, but I'll try to comment on some of the things that are, let's say, facts regarding these institutions who are now implicated under the criminal investigation. So currently, people from Ministry of Economy, State Market Inspectorates, the Directorate for Prevention and Rescue, and the Ministry of Interior are alongside those who are on the private end and those who are organizers or vendors of this discotheque are also under investigation. So first, there was, as the analysis of SCPC on the laws, the corruption proofing of legislation. Unfortunately, I haven't seen the findings, but I've read something briefly in the media. There are different inconsistencies amongst laws, and there is evidence of this red tape cutting, which was not followed by a proper analysis of what does it mean when you cut administrative burden, what on the institutional side needs to be invested in order for the goal to be reached. And the goal, I have to emphasize, is public interest. So it's not private interest. The public interest is that when you're going out in a discotheque, you don't die. So that's the public interest, and companies need to invest to be part of this economy and not try to cut corners and bribe politicians or administrative workers for something else. But in terms of decision making, one of the angles of the case is that there are problems with licensing. I don't think that's the most important part, but it shows that there were problems there, licensing of discotheques. Four people in the country, aside from the state secretary and the minister, decide on licensing of hospitality industry. So hospitality without tourism, so basically restaurants, nightclubs, and so on. 4 people. So where is the redundancy where you have only 4 people deciding on who enters the business or not? So there are some information that most of them are now under investigation. So this shows that the entire hierarchy and the organizational part of the Ministry of Economy failed completely. And they had at their disposal corruption risk assessment, integrity system, which provides tools how to see that this organizational structure within the ministry regarding their competence is not enough. So we are talking only about numbers. It's not enough because you don't have sufficient redundancy for peer checks, let's say. First, and only if we look at this. For someone else to check on a sample of decisions within not the internal auditor, within the organizational structure. Basically, the 4-eyed principle is where. So this is an example of how you set up legislation to only benefit the private interest, not to have enough robustness in the process, where you are sure that those who certify businesses there are enough people, let's say, to decide well, and not to talk about the quality of people, because they were there to just do that, because nightclubs are notoriously famous for being a place where illegal money is basically laundered, and these are important parts of the informal economy, where there is also a political or business interest. Again, 4 people. The State Market Inspectorate, 57% occupancy rate in the State Market Inspectorate. They haven't checked enough because there are not enough people. But to stop talking only about occupancy, they were notified by the ACPC that there is a problem. Nothing has been done on that. So there is no mechanism inside an institution how they respond to another institution alarming them. Again, you have at disposal tools how to set up these accountability instruments within this institute. This has all gone under the radar because no one is actually seriously taking care about risk assessments, about integrity, other than ACPC on integrity. But ACPC doesn't have an executive power to do the same thing that the government can do, let's say, again, the Directorate for Protection and Rescue, they have their own inspectorate. They need to go and do inspections themselves. They have 1,000 euros outside of salaries, annual budget to do inspections throughout the country. So they are 1,000 euros to do inspections annually. So to cover other direct costs other than personal costs. So what does this tell you about political will of the Ministry of Finance, about the whole vertical hierarchy that calculates who gets what and why? 1,000 euros. I mean, how much does this conference cost? Are there like 1,000 euros only for travel of people who are not from Skopje just for this conference? More. Yasmina, the boss, is telling me more. So this shows you about the seriousness. And then finally, my favorite, the Ministry of Interior. There are evidence that that some policemen notified of something problematic going on in this nightclub. This was stopped at a certain pathway. These alarms, these signals were stopped at a certain pathway between the locality and the decision-making part within the police, not the ministry. If you look at the anti-corruption policy of the Ministry of Interior, they are talking about trainings. They had numerous failures. Their solution is training. So again, they had corruption risk assessment, integrity policy to solve operational problems. Like how can someone in one police station stop a letter from another police station to Skopje? How is that possible? Are there protection mechanisms to account for this? Because this is corruption risk assessment. It's not like we need annual training on anti-corruption or on integrity. That's nothing in comparison to operational issues. And this has all failed, and we have 61 people perish because of this. So again, all the parts, decision, execution, oversight have failed, obviously, I mean, unfortunately. But it tells you from the decision how little care has been taken to ensure that there are enough mechanisms there, because it's easy to make a law, but then if you are serious in protecting the private interest, then you will set up an institutional framework that can protect against malpractices and not leave institutions on their own with diminished integrity or capacity. Thanks.
Thank you, Misha. Daniela, a lot of failures we've heard here, but what can we do? What can national governments and the EU play in reforming trade policies to safeguard economic security?
Before answering your question, I'd like to follow up from what Misha said, because all issues related to the integrity of the public bodies are interconnected. So indeed, besides making the profession of anti-corruption or public servant attractive, we need to restore the image of the public institutions. We want to attract these people. It's not just increase their salaries or provide more budget for investigations and checks. We need to give them more power to change the legislation so that they can use special investigation tools so that they can detect more irregularities. And then after we have this staff of the institutions, then we can ask international partners and the civil society for this knowledge and this technical assistance. Only then we can, for example, for financial investigations and anti-money laundering, we can ask the Egmont Group, we can ask AMLA, all of the European Public Prosecution Office. Of course, we're counting on them to also apply due diligence in our countries to detect and sanction financial crimes, fraud, corruption, but they can also teach us on their procedures and then we can apply them in our countries. We can adapt the Financial Action Task Force standards. We can apply for a membership and multilateral export control regimes. Something that was mentioned in relation to the need to stop the illegal export of dual-use goods. We need to apply more foreign investment screening mechanisms as they are applied in Germany and France. Yes, now they're obligatory only for the EU member states because there's EU regulations, but why not apply them here also in the Western Balkans? Nothing prevents them. Of course, it's difficult because this places a burden on the suppliers, the companies that are intermediaries, the financial institutions, and this is additional work for them. They don't want to do it, so it will take time for them to develop procedures, but we need to start somewhere. And we, of course, as civil society, we're here to help the public bodies, not just to do general training how to do anti-corruption in a spa resort. This will not help, but to bring international experts that could tell us how financial investigations is done, let's say in the Netherlands, in Estonia, Latvia, in Belgium, and that we can adapt these procedures. Of course, we as civil society, we can do legal proofing, anti-corruption proofing of legislation, but it's also important that we take part in the drafting of laws and the working groups at the parliament and the government institutions. As you know, we have seen recently many laws being adopted very quickly without much public consultation. There is also this EU fast-track procedure that incentivizes the countries to adapt quickly the legislation, but it skips the consultations. So we need to be there, we need to be active. All our Seldi small grantees mentioned that they have legal experts in their teams, so please contact your government and take part in this decision-making process. Thank you.
So we need to be active. We need to be there. We are pushing that. We are trying to change something, but on the end, I come to to actually the same question about the repression mechanism. Is the does the punity policy play a role in reducing the influence of private interests? And how does OECD standards guide these efforts? Hendrik?
I mean, they definitely play an important role. It's about setting up the right legal frameworks, but also making sure they're enforced. And when thinking about enforcement, you always need to think about punitive standards as well. At the OECD, yes, we, when working on anti-corruption standards or also talking about frameworks for state-owned enterprises or the competition law, it is about that enforcement side to these policy elements also. And there are a number of OECD standards we draw on in our daily work. I should just mention a few ones. We have the competition assessment toolkit that also foresees punitive standards. The recommendation on the fighting bid rigging in public procurement, very important one. Public procurement toolbox, another one, also punitive standards are inside. And then the OECD principles for corporate governance, once again, that is also an important standard. Guidelines for multinational enterprises, that translates into national legislation and also enforcement, punitive enforcement also. And then guidelines on anti-corruption and integrity in state-owned enterprises and the Anti-Bribery Convention. There are a few more ones I could mention, but let's leave it with that. Punitive standards, as I said, are part of that. Obviously, it's not the only element, but in the end, it's all about incentives that you create for private actors to adhere to the legislation. And if there is no enforcement behind it, it is less likely that private actors will adhere to that. This is also what informs, by the way, our work in Southeast Europe, in the Western Balkans. There are a number of OECD projects that we're implementing here. I should mention the OECD Competitiveness Outlook. It's an assessment where we're assessing policy in 15 different areas, 3 that are very relevant also for integrity. So anti-corruption laws and frameworks, we're looking at that. We're also looking at competition frameworks, SOE frameworks. We have more or less 600 indicators that assess the policy settings. And we're also looking at enforcement. So does the government agencies or the government more generally, do they have also the financial means? Do they have the personnel? Do they have the funds? Do they have also the mandate that is required for enforcement? And we're also looking to some degree at least at the legal framework, meaning is the anti-corruption agencies, for example, are they fully autonomous? Do they have investigative power? How do the courts look like? Are they fully independent? These are the kind of elements that we look at, and that is really key in order for the enforcement. Now, this was for the OECD Competitiveness Outlook for the Western Balkans that I mentioned. A second flagship publication or framework I should mention is the SME Policy Index for Western Balkans and Turkey. Here we are going to start a new assessment in the next weeks. And we also decided to integrate a dimension on anti-corruption and integrity into that. It shows that we re-perceive this dimension to be one of the core elements that will benefit the economic development of this region. And then finally, I'm also personally involved in a project that focuses on fighting corruption, building integrity in a number of Southeast European countries. We're currently working with Bosnia and Herzegovina, with Croatia and Serbia to help them adapt anti-corruption legislation and also looking at enforcement of punitive standards. We're looking forward to continuing that work, and hopefully also at some stage, we would really want to expand these efforts to the rest of the region.
Thank you for that. Okay, final round of questions. Biljana, specific question for you. A couple of times it was mentioned lawn lobbying. We have it for a long time in our country. We made a new one. However, I would like an answer from your side how it goes with the implementation of the law, having in mind how important it is when it comes in that private interest, gaining private interest. So how it goes with the implementation, how effective is this law, and could we have done better?
Let me turn on the current law, which is being implemented for several years now. It was adopted in 2021 with a delayed implementation, and then at that time, the State Commission undertook measures for the implementation of the law with donor support. Software was developed, a register of organizations was developed, and together with the State Commission, an internal act was developed for the bodies in which the lobbying would be conducted. Everything was shared with these institutions, but it seems that everything stopped there. What happened? During that period, in the initial entrance into enforcement of the law, there was a dilemma about the way the law was formulated. What does a body that undergo lobbying means? These are institutions. There was a reaction of institutions that were not part of this classification, that were regulatory bodies, which by their nature could be an object of lobbying, but didn't fit the definition. I think that at that time, there was a communication with the Ministry of Justice to initiate amendments because of this, or to initiate a request for authentic interpretation of the law, but nothing was done. Regarding the implementation of the law, there is some progress, but again, from technical aspect, the last year in 2024, only 3 lobbying organizations were registered, which does not imply an effective implementation of the law, because neither them nor any other institution has recorded any activity that would show a process of lobbying, which means that the implementation is ineffective. Because of time limitations, let me just give you a few factors. For this reason, for this situation, the law itself and the law awareness, both in the private and public sector, on the importance of this process and the way this process is regulated. I would like to be self-critical a little bit. As Anti-Corruption Commission, we also need to strengthen our capacities, oversight capacities in the implementation of the law, strengthen our capacities, but also engage public and private institutions. Since we do have a law that is being enforced, we need to do our utmost to make it succeed in the future, but we cannot speak of an effective application. Let me just put a follow-up question. In North Macedonia, is it only the lawn lobbying, or there are other tools, effective means in this field? I personally think that seeing the implementation of the law, maybe its needs should be reviewed, because unless we strengthen the implementation, it will just stay on paper. I also think that there are other mechanisms, and in practice, this is being done without the formal process.
Direct lobbying that was not actually registered as a lobbying, yeah? I think that you can tell something more about that in a nutshell, just a couple of words. But what steps can we take to rebuild trust? How do we help citizens feel safer and more protected in regards what we've all discussed until now?
Well, that's a very difficult question to answer, especially in 2 minutes. I think that we cannot expect that trust can be built without the sense or the sentiment that justice is being delivered, and I think that here we all eyes are on the judiciary, of course, but I think that in light of what has happened, I think that trust can also be built in a way where institutions show, other institutions also show some grasp over the economic sector in terms of making them accountable to their customers by following the rules and standards. And I think this might be one way of the executive contributing to trust building. But I think that at least in Macedonia, there has been so much accumulated distrust in the whole institutional setup that I think that the expectation is that justice will be delivered through the judicial system. But I think that in terms of some anti-corruption success, I think that aside from using the tools that are available, and we have all mentioned them, I think that one or two are also important to be noted. One was briefly mentioned by Dani, and that's one recommendation by Seldi done, I think, last year about the growth plan. But I think that it pertains generally to international aids of the economic sector and the state subsidies inside. And I think that along that recommendation is to actually have an understanding where political networks have business interests, and without improving the integrity of regulators working over those economic sectors, that international aid is not delivered in those sectors. Because let's say energy, you have every third politician has stakes in some energy company. So why don't they invest themselves and not wait for EU Green Deal, local subsidies to subsidize their economic interest without properly investing into regulators first, and securing that the decision making is sound, and the international aid makes sense to go there. And ultimately, the last thing I think is something that is not really connected to who is in power, but we have to mention not only civil society but citizens at the end. We have seen, for instance, in Serbia, movements, big protests in support for better governance because of a tragedy there, unfortunately. And I think that actively engaged citizens are the long-term solutions. And there is an opportunity for politicians to actually win those cards and not fight against them. But it depends on which camp these politicians belong, whether they are reformists or veto players. So, yeah.
Dani, from Seldi perspective, what future actions are needed to improve transparency and reinforce the fight against corruption?
Of course, there are many technical solutions that we can talk about, but let me start by saying that first we need to change the mentality, as it was mentioned at the beginning of this event. And this could happen only through the education and culture. So it needs to start from the kindergarten, the school, the university, from cultural events that are, let's say, the theaters, the cinema, the way that news are presented in the television. So in the television can present also the good stories to show how public bodies are doing, if they're doing a good job, to showcase also the good practices, not just to criticize them. But of course, in order for this to happen, there should be, as Misha mentioned, better due diligence procedures, including at the sectoral level. We, by the way, the state capture assessment diagnostics of Seldi also have a sectoral dimension. We have applied it in energy, construction, and pharmaceuticals, and we plan to expand this once again. We'll apply it this year in the Western Balkans, in other risk sectors, and we hope that we can contribute for future reforms. Another issue that I like to raise is that indeed we need to focus on the implementation of the legislation. Just having something on paper is not enough. We need to have the so-called impact assessment or impact targets, be it in the anti-corruption strategies or internal objectives of the public bodies. So let's say, let's place a target that this year we need to have from final convictions of high-level corruption to be this and this % of all indictments, or to have the administrative corruption lowered by this and this %, or to have all the public procurements published on a portal that are machine readable, can be downloaded in bulk, and each investigative journalist can write a program or a code with ChatGPT, scrape all these files and make some sort of investigation himself or herself. The same for the asset declarations. Of course, we cannot rely only on big data and AI to solve our problems, but it's one of the tools that we should use as actively as possible. Thank you.
Henrik, I will quote one thing from your website. The OECD is an international organization that works to build better policies for better lives. How can we generally improve quality of life regarding this, what is happening, and how can we get a better society resilient of corruption?
So there are a few elements that are really crucial for that. First of all is political commitment. Without that, it's really difficult to push forward reform. Now, there can be political commitment can come from intrinsic motivation, and that's often the case. But then also in many countries in the Western Balkans, the EU accession process is also a very useful catalyst for reform that drives also political commitment in that area. And then also, and I'll come back to that in a second, political commitment is also ultimately driven by the citizens that vote for a specific candidate that is more or less committed to integrity and fighting corruption. I would also add that it is very key to have a structured approach to enhancing policy settings. It's very important to understand where do we stand in terms of legislation, Is that prone to corruption? Does it promote integrity? Where are the levers that we need to work on in order to improve these policy measures? And then also to plan realistically for implementation. And realistically also means providing the necessary means, the resources, the personnel, the financial funds in order to implement. And then also have a process in place that tracks and monitors the implementation, and in an iterative process that identifies then where are the remaining weaknesses and how can these be addressed. I said that ultimately it's a whole of society undertaking where citizens have an important role to play. And the same is true for businesses or academia or civil society more broadly. And I think in that regard, we can also have an important role because we drive also the awareness to inform citizens. Why is it an issue if there's a lack of integrity in a society? Why does it lead to negative outcomes in terms of economic well-being or well-being more broadly? So I think our role also going forward will be engaging with different set of stakeholders, not only policymakers, but as many as you do as well with the citizens, businesses, civil society more broadly. This is what is needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hendrik. Thank you all for taking out the pink glasses. I think that it was very open and realistic approach. I perceive it like that. And because we are nearing the end, actually, a lot of things you've said that a lot of things needs to be done. So for us to be able to see that the fight against corruption is there. But here the time is critical. We are running out of time. We've seen that just in 2 minutes can turn a city into a ghost town. And that moment actually reshaped our perception of corruption, that is not just an abstract concept, but it's a direct, tangible threat. And we've already lost too many minutes waiting for change. On that note, I truly hope that next time we'll have the opportunity to talk about best practices, progress, and positive change. Thank you all once again for joining us today. Thank you all for staying until the end of this conference. And with that note, our conference is now officially closed. Thank you.